Okay, no, that's fine.
Chair, we're continuing with the evidence of Dr. Bloom and hope to finalize today. In fact, we will make every effort to finalize today and
Yes.
might even finish a little earlier than 4 o'clock.
Okay, no, that's fine. Dr. Bloom, the oath you do understand that the oath you took the other day continues to apply until you have finished your evidence.
Correct, Chair.
You consider yourself still under that oath?
I do, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Just by way of summary and introduction to today's evidence, Dr. Bloom, we will deal with and have dealt with 3 transactions. The first is what was referred to as the CDB loan, the China Development Bank loan, in an amount of $2.5 billion originally.
That's correct.
You told the chair that that was split into 2 amounts, an amount of $1.5 billion and an amount of $1 billion. The latter amount of $1 billion was never utilized and in fact fell away.
That's correct, Chair.
It was replaced by the second loan that you spoke about and will also speak about today, and that is a $1 billion facility that was abandoned, and the 12 billion club loan, syndicated club loan that you spoke about.
That's correct, Chair.
The former loan, the 1.5 remaining China Development Bank loan, was a cross-border loan.
That's correct.
The latter was a domestic loan,
That's correct, Chair.
albeit syndicated. Then you will talk later in your evidence of a third amount, and that is an existing Transnet debt of 11.3 billion rand
That's correct, Chair.
that was hedged by means of a swap. In other words, financial instruments used to protect against risk were utilized.
That's correct, Chair.
All right. If we can then just go back, please, to page 21 of Exhibit BB8D. Are you there?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
This is the diagram that we dealt with at the conclusion of your evidence last week, explaining one of the financial instruments used to protect or hedge against risk.
That's correct, Chair.
And you're going to deal with an interest rate swap, which was the financial instrument or hedge instrument used in this particular case in relation to the 12 billion club loan.
That's correct, Chair.
Right. So what happens is, if we can just summarize this because it's relevant to the next part of your evidence, on the right-hand side of the diagram, you have the original loan. So there is a consortium of lenders, or the club. They lend money to the borrower, Transnet.
That's correct, Chair.
The loan agreement was entered into for an amount of 12 billion rand.
That's correct, Chair.
12 billion, no?
12 billion rand. And
I
the
think you
interest rate,
You may have said 12 million.
did I? Yes, that may be my sinus issue, but let's not go there, Chair.
Yes.
12 billion rand.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. And there was a floating interest rate
That's correct.
entered into, and you told the chair that that agreement was entered into on the 23rd of November 2015.
That's correct, Chair.
You also told the chair that days later, Transnet entered into a separate and discrete agreement involving a financial transaction, the goal of which, purportedly at least, was to protect Transnet against the risk arising from it having entered into a floating rate interest rate agreement.
That's correct, Chair.
And that is on the left-hand side of the page. Transnet was the one counterparty and Nedbank was the other counterparty.
That's correct, Chair.
Correct. We're just summarizing what we would have stated to the Chair, although not completely, once more. So in essence, what Transnet says to itself, I have entered into a large loan of 12 billion rand at a floating interest rate.
That's correct, Chair.
I have a risk. The interest rates may rise to the extent that it may cause financial problems. I may not be in a position to pay an ever-increasing floating interest rate on this capital amount of 12 billion rand.
That's correct, Chair.
It then says, I'm going to seek out a counterparty with whom I can transact in order to protect myself against the risk.
That's correct.
I will enter into this agreement, as you explained to the Chair, on the basis that I forecast that interest rates are going to rise.
That's correct, Chair.
If I can find someone who will enter into a transaction with me on its understanding that interest rates will not rise and that the fixed rate will always be higher than the floating rate, then we can enter into a negotiation and enter into a swap.
That's correct, Chair.
And you described the stances that each party takes, each counterparty takes in entering into such an arrangement. So for as long as the floating rate is higher than the fixed rate, Transnet will stand to gain.
That's correct, Chair.
And for as long as the fixed rate is lower than that is higher than the floating rate, then Nedbank stands to gain.
That's correct, Chair.
So when you say in the diagram, Nedbank pays the floating rate to Transnet, and Transnet pays the fixed rate to the counterparty Nedbank, they don't actually do that.
That's correct, Chair. It's notional.
It's notional. And it's just the difference between the two, what you call the net cash flow of netting off those two amounts that is paid by one party to the other.
That's correct, Chair.
What happened in this case?
In this particular case, the rates were fixed at quite a high level, and Transnet, as indicated, were paying the fixed rate, and Nedbank would notionally be paying the floating rate. And essentially what has happened up to now, which we'll see also later, Chair, is that the floating rates have never exceeded the fixed rates, and they actually have never even come close to exceeding the fixed rates.
Well, just before you proceed on that, you stated that this happened within a matter of days.
That's correct, Chair.
That's right. Now, I think when we last discussed this here, one of the issues I'd raised was that one would have expected Transnet to have done its homework before entering into the floating interest rate regime.
That's correct, Chair.
And assuming that it had done its homework, then one must conclude that it had reached the conclusion that it was better to go with a floating interest rate regime rather than a fixed rate regime.
That's correct, Chair.
What are the chances that if they've done their homework before entering into the floating interest rate arrangement, that within a matter of days they would have a different forecast of how the interest were likely to go over the years of the transaction? Or what are the chances that, like, if you do your homework and you come to the conclusion today that the best regime for you is a floating interest rate for the next 10 years or whatever the period is, that after a few days you could have a completely different opinion and now seek to have a fixed rate?
Chair, that seems to be strange, because in terms of, and we'll see later as well, that in terms of the risk management framework policy of Transnet, that they would, if they made a decision to fix the rates at that point in time, if that decision, given that they swapped it 3 days later, if they made that decision then, it would have been in line with the risk management framework. In this particular case, it was not in line with the risk management framework policy, and they would have made a call prior to actually entering into the loan on the 23rd of November. That interest, this is what we expect interest rates to do in the short term, the medium term, and potentially the long term, and they would have locked in the appropriate rate at that point in time, not 3 days later.
So it is quite strange that there was this change of, or what appears to be a change of view.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
I think in the course of your evidence to come, your view is a little stronger than strange, but let me not put words in your mouth, and we will deal with the question in detail, Chair. But perhaps one should flag one issue for the moment. The content of the swap arrangement between the two counterparties, Nedbank and Transnet, is essentially Nedbank says, you pay me the fixed rate and I'll pay you the floating rate. We'll net the two off, and that sum will either go to you, Transnet, or go to me, Nedbank.
That's correct.
Depending on which is the higher.
That's correct.
Right. So Nedbank assumes the risk on the basis that if the floating rate remains low, contrary to the predictions of Transnet, it will profit.
That's correct, Chair.
On the other hand, Transnet says, if the floating rate does rise, I'm protected because all I have to do is pay the fixed rate.
That's correct, Chair.
But we should flag an issue here. The fixed rate, is that the rate, the market rate at which the loan could have been entered into in the first place? Or is it a different fixed rate?
Chair, there are two rates. The one, when you're pricing these types of transactions, in other words, you're going into the market to find out, okay, so if I wanted a fixed rate, who's prepared to give me a fixed rate and at what rate?
Are you talking about in a swap transaction?
In a swap transaction. And you would look at what the market says. Then it would become a negotiation in terms of, but this is what the market says, but as the person that's demanding the fixed rate, in other words, I'm prepared to pay it, it will be a higher rate. So that is there are two, when we talk about the fixed rates in this particular context, we're talking about two rates. The one that is market related, and the other one is the actual rate that is concluded in a negotiation and agreed to.
In the swap?
In the swap.
So had Transnet in November 2015 decided to enter into a loan at a fixed rate?
Is that outside? Is that noise from outside? Yeah, it looks like it's from outside.
I'm told it's outside.
Yes. Well, somebody will try and see if there is any chance of them, or of the noise not affecting us in any serious way. Okay, let's proceed in the meantime.
Mr. Brown, we're dealing then with the two fixed interest rates amounts. But in lay language, if Transnet had entered into a fixed rate at the time the floating rate agreement was entered into, if it had decided, wisely in your view, to simply say, I want a fixed rate loan, not a floating interest rate loan, it would have done so at a rate determined largely, not totally, by the market.
That's correct, Chair.
However, in this case, when it enters into the swap arrangement with the counterparty Nedbank, the fixed rate is not the market rate, it's a negotiated rate,
That's correct, Chair.
which in this case and ordinarily would be higher than the market rate.
Chair, yes, but only slightly, because the market rate is, from a fixed rate perspective, would be the base, and then there are certain small adjustments that are made for further risk that is taken by the counterparty. So it wouldn't be substantially higher. It would be a couple of tenths of a percent more, but it won't be significant. It's just merely that counterparties assume further risk and therefore compensate for that risk in adding a couple of tenths of a percent to the fixed base rate.
Okay.
So when entering into the swap arrangement, it's not as if I simply put myself in the position I would have been had I entered into a fixed rate. I'm paying a premium on the fixed rate in the swap arrangement.
That's correct, Chair.
In this case, was the difference between the market rate, or what you call the mid-market rate, and the actual fixed rate paid in the swap minor or substantial?
Substantial, Chair.
So it seems what you're saying, it was exceptional.
That's correct, Chair.
Right. If we can then go on to page 22. You say there in the first bullet, and perhaps you should tell the Chair what you say by way of summary of what we've been dealing with up to now.
So essentially, as we indicated, there are two counterparties in the transaction, the one that's willing to pay the fixed rate and the other one that's willing to pay a floating rate on the notional amount, in other words, on the principal, the capital amount. And these rates, what is important, and it'll come out later as well, are exchanged over a period of time in terms of an agreement. And that could be it's normally on a quarterly basis, or it could be any other time frame. But in this particular instance, it was over a 15-year period on every quarter.
Then let's go to page. Did you deal with the second bullet?
No, I haven't dealt with the second bullet. So it essentially relates to the first one, Chair. And the base rate that I think this is important just to clarify, that the base rate on floating, because there's a base rate for fixed, there's a base rate for floating, is a rate that is that is determined by the banks in Johannesburg called the JIBAR. And then a counterparty in terms of providing or entering into a rate regime would add a margin to that. So it would be the JIBAR rate plus a percentage, and that would become your floating rate.
And we'll deal with the differences between market and swap rates in a moment.
That's correct, Chair.
Then if we could go to the next page, please, where you make further points about the swap instrument.
Chair, by way of summary, you enter into a swap arrangement because the two counterparties have different or opposing views. Because if the one wants a fixed, the other one would want a floating, et cetera, et cetera. So it is a mechanism to lower the cost of money, or the cost of debt, if you like, in terms of what which one would achieve. But also, that would happen initially, but then the market forces kick in, and it will result in either increasing or decreasing. But that is why swap transactions are done, because of two counterparties having opposing views.
Right, and of course, it only offers you what you term a lower cost of money if the market moves in accordance with your predictions.
That's correct.
If it doesn't, you stand to lose.
That's correct.
As Transnet did in this case.
Yes, Chair.
So you make that point in the second bullet. Would you just deal with that, please?
So essentially, if Transnet entered into a fixed rate, if we can use an example, of 15%, and the other counterparty entered into a floating rate of, say, 12%. So Transnet would pay fixed 15, or notionally, and the counterparty would pay 12, and then the difference would be paid depending on the situation. But if floating rates were to increase, let's assume that the floating rate went from 12 percentage points to 13, and remember the fixed rate is still 15, then that is beneficial to Transnet, or to the fixed rate payer in this particular case. If floating rates went in the opposite direction, in other words, if it went from maybe from 12 to 11, then that's not beneficial to Transnet, it's beneficial to the counterparty paying the floating rate.
So let's use an extreme example, because often extreme examples illustrate the point better. Let us assume that in the swap transaction, Transnet has demanded, or has agreed to pay, Transnet has demanded, and Nedbank, the counterparty, has agreed to pay a fixed rate to Transnet, or allowed Transnet to pay a fixed rate of 15%. Right? Let's assume the interest rates, floating interest rates, skyrocket to 20%. Then who gains and who loses?
Transnet would gain because their rate remains fixed, and the floating party or the counterparty paying the floating rate would
to
have
Transnet,
to, yes,
notionally.
would have to pay that difference between the 15 and the 20.
If the floating rate, however, doesn't go anywhere near 15%, but in fact remains around 10%, who wins and who loses?
Transnet would lose because they pay fixed rate irrespective of the movement in market rates. And the beneficial party in this particular case then would be the counterparty paying the floating rate in Nedbank.
So
in other words.
all the counterparty Nedbank has to do is pay Transnet the floating rate of 12%. It's receiving the equivalent of 15%.
That's correct, yeah.
So is the principle that the party that favors a fixed rate gains if the floating rate increases above the fixed rate, and loses if the floating interest rate goes below the fixed rate to which they have agreed.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, okay.
And then there's a creature in the market called the swaps dealer. That's the counterparty that is, to go back to our earlier analogy, the insurer.
Correct, Chair.
And the dealer makes a profit, as you and the chair have just exchanged views about. Where do the dealers make their profit, as it were?
Chair, the dealer makes profit because, as I indicated previously, there are two fixed rates. The one is the market rate, and the other one is, if you like, then the negotiated rate. So the dealer would say, this is what the market rate is, what I would be able to get in the market, and the negotiated rate is what I conclude with a counterparty. So the difference between the market rate, slightly adjusted for the risks as I indicated, and the actual negotiated rate is the profit that the dealer would make.
Is part of the profit a dealer would make.
Correct.
Yes, well, and that difference between the market fixed rate and the negotiated fixed rate in the swap is what the experts and yourself refer to as
Delta.
A delta. And we'll come to that later in graphic form. But let's just clarify for the sake of completeness. If market rates move in favor of the counterparty Nedbank, then it makes a profit there.
That's correct, Chair.
Or it profits, put it that way.
Correct.
There's a second source of gain for an institution such as Transnet, the counterparty. And that's the source of gain to which you've just now referred. Because out in the market, Nedbank would loan money at a fixed rate of, say, 12%, correct?
That's correct.
But here, it's paying the fixed rate at a negotiated amount of, or it's not, it's being paid a fixed rate by Transnet at 13%. And that difference between 12 and 13 is an added source of gain for the counterpart.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. I'm not sure if that's clear, if you want us to...
I think it's clear, but I wanted to clarify in the context of the reference to a dealer. In this transaction between Transnet and Nedbank, who would be the dealer?
Chair, in this particular case, for the club loan, because that's essentially what we're talking about, the one counterparty was Transnet, the other counterparty was Nedbank, as we know, and Regiments was what's called the executing agent. In other words, the party that does the trades. In other words, actually executes the transaction or the swap every quarter. But I think it's important to also note that either of the counterparties can also be the executing agent. It's not necessary for an external party to be able to do the types of swaps that we're referring to now, because these are, as we'll see later as well, these are called vanilla swaps. It's also a term that's used in the industry. In other words, to put it to simplify, Chair, it's stock standard. That anybody, there's nothing untoward about it. It's a very straightforward transaction.
There are no special features, so to speak, yeah.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
And you've stated earlier, and you will repeat today, that Transnet Treasury had capacity. Was it capacity sufficient enough to execute these trades?
That's correct, Chair.
So the appointment of Regiments as executing agency, was that necessary in order for these swaps to be executed?
No, Chair.
At a practical level, earlier on you said that in response to one of Mr. Pretoria's questions, there is no actual payment. I assume that what you meant was there is no actual payment during a particular time, but at a later stage, then there would be. Or are you able to clarify that more?
I can, Chair. What it means is in theory, the one party would pay an amount of money based on a fixed rate, to the other party, and the other party, in theory, would pay an amount of money based on a floating rate to the other counterparty. So instead of them both writing out a check, the one to the other and the other and vice versa, they would look at what the two amounts were based on the fixed rate and based on the floating rate, and then let's see
The
if I
one
can-
who's supposed to pay the difference pays.
That's correct, yeah.
So only one pays, and that's the one who is, so to speak, prejudiced by the interest rate at the time.
That's correct, Chair. There can only be one winner.
But there can only be one winner. Okay, okay. But what is the frequency of those payments during that period of the arrangement?
Chair, it depends on the agreement and the swap agreement. And in this particular case, it's quarterly. So every quarter, a swap
Yes.
transaction occurs.
But for all intents and purposes, it can be whatever intervals the parties agree upon.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Okay. Now, a swap arrangement can't exist without another arrangement. In this case, Nedbank and Transnet, their swap arrangement needed the arrangement of the consortium with Transnet to be there first. That's right.
That's correct, Chair. In other words, the loan.
Yeah. The one can exist without the other, but the other can't exist without.
That's
First
correct,
one.
Chair.
Okay. Now, once Transnet had concluded the loan agreement with the consortium, and it had proceeded to conclude the swap arrangement with Nedbank, what was there for regiments to do after that? Well, was there anything for regiments to continue doing after the two arrangements had been concluded?
No, Chair. So
Okay.
in other words, except depending on how regiments, if regiments were doing the execution of the swaps, in other words, they were the executing agent, then they would do that swap every quarter. So in other words, they would remain involved in order, as the party doing the trade, they would be involved in that for the duration of the agreement.
Oh, so the execution that you are talking about is the execution at the time of the conclusion of the arrangement, except for the payments, intermittent payments.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right, and then they get something each time they have a role to play.
That's correct, Chair. Every swap, every trade or every swap that they do,
Yeah,
they would get a percentage.
yes, like a commission.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Well, they would do the math every 3 months.
That's correct, Chair.
And obviously Transnet would check and itself do the math.
Yes, in other
And
words,
so would Nedbank. They wouldn't just accept at face value what regiments tell them, surely.
well, in this particular instance, Chair, the fee that was paid to regiments was included in the rate that Transnet paid Nedbank. In other words, it wasn't a fee or a commission that Transnet paid regiments. It would have, because the fee was included in what's called the yield or the rate, they would have been paid by some other party.
Well,
So-
ultimately by Transnet.
Ultimately by Transnet through the rate,
Yes.
but practically or physically receiving payment would have been from somebody else.
And that fee for regiments, as I understand your evidence, was included in the fixed rate paid as part of the swap, as opposed to the mid-market rate.
That's correct, Chair.
And you say that that margin, the delta, as you referred to it, between the mid-market rate and the fixed rate actually incurred by Transnet in the swap was unusually high.
That's correct, Chair, and it included the regiment's fee.
Yes, and the role of regiments or any entity playing the similar role in regard to a swap, does it include collecting the money from whoever is supposed to pay during the intervals and then handing it over to the one who is supposed to receive the payment, or do the two parties to the arrangement pay each other directly, or whoever needs to pay directly, or does it go via regiments?
Chair, it's merely an electronic, it's an electronic transaction where where the money is netted off, but essentially what it comes down to is that Nedbank, as the counterparty in this particular instance, would issue confirmation notices of the transaction, and those confirmations would then be captured by Transnet's dealing room.
Yes.
As proof that the transaction has been concluded. So the flow of funds is essentially an electronic calculation exercise.
Well, Dr. Bloom, I think I did tell you that my knowledge of some of these technological advances is limited, so I still think of actual payment.
No, Chair, you're doing very well.
But your answer seems to suggest that the payments don't go via regiments. They go from Nedbank to Transnet directly, electronically, and vice versa, depending on who is supposed to pay.
Chair, it depends on the situation. In this particular instance, I'm unsure how those payments were effected. In other words, if it was done via regiments or not. I'm just aware of the fact that the fee for regiments was included in the rate paid by Transnet.
Okay, well, part of the reason why I was asking was to try and place the role of an entity like regiments into some other kind of role that one may be much more used to, like whether it's like an estate agent that collects rent and pays the landlord and so on. So that's what I was trying to figure out. But I think from your answer, I can take it that you don't understand the role of an entity such as regiments to necessarily include that any payment that must be made either to Transnet or Nedbank has to go via regiments.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
We will come back to these concepts in the course of your evidence, and to the extent that further explanation is required in relation to any specialist concept, we will deal with it then. But for the moment, we can close off this part of your evidence just to summarize, to say that we're dealing here with a particular risk mitigation or risk avoidance financial instrument, in other words, a hedge of a particular nature. That's an interest rate swap.
That's correct, Chair.
And that is particularly important where the loan is a domestic loan.
That's correct, Chair.
Right. Now, there are other hedging instruments or risk protection against financial risk instruments, hedging instruments, and you deal with those on page 24. Now, we're not going to go into any detail, but to say, firstly, in relation to the China Development Bank loan, was a cross-border loan involving exchange rates which fluctuate.
That's correct, Chair.
Is there an hedging instrument that is used to protect against any loss that might be incurred by an adverse movement in exchange rates?
That's correct, Chair. It's called a cross-currency swap, the intention of that is to, especially in our particular case, to cater for volatility in the rand, as we've seen. So, because as we discussed previously, it is necessary to repay the loan in the currency which you received it. So, to hedge against that, it costs you money, but it takes the liquidity risk, if I can put it that way, out of the equation by entering into such an agreement.
And you also enter into it with a counterparty. It's a separate arrangement.
That's correct, yeah.
So, where I borrow money from the China Development Bank, I borrow it in dollars, I've got to exchange it into rand, and I've got to repay it across the border in dollars as well.
That's correct, yeah.
So the exchange rates on both sides of the equation, on receipt and on repayment.
That's correct, yeah.
And I can enter into an arrangement with a third party, a counterparty, in order to protect myself against a risk of exchange rates moving adverse to my interest.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. That's enough, I think, on cross-currency swaps. There are also credit default swaps, and you mentioned two risks in your evidence last week to the chair. The one is where the borrower, Transnet, can't pay because of factors due to its internal financing.
That's correct, yeah.
And there are risks associated with a failure to pay because of external factors, such as a collapse in the economy or a downgrade.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, would you explain how those risks are dealt with?
Yes, Chair. The Transnet entered into an agreement for if we can call it a CCDS, which is the Contingent Credit Default Swap.
Which is that?
That's the swap that you've just referred to.
No, what is the risk? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. The risk is twofold. The first one is to cover yourself against the inability or the default of not being able to pay interest on your loan. That's the first portion of it. And then linked to that would be a situation where circumstances beyond your control as a company prevent you from actually making good on your requirements in terms of the agreement. So it's in other words, it's actually taking out an additional portion of risk to cover that eventuality, should it happen.
So if the adverse event against which you are seeking protection or insurance occurs, what happens?
Well, then the other party, the party that you've entered into the swap with,
The counterparty,
if that event occurs, would pay you.
the full amount of the loan.
Well, depending on what the agreement is and what the tranches are.
Okay. To summarize then, where one borrows money across a border and one faces a risk because of exchange rate fluctuations, one can enter into a cross-currency swap, which is a financial instrument entered into with a counterparty to mitigate against risk.
That's correct, yeah.
And similarly, where you wish to insure against yourself being unable to pay interest rates or being unable to pay because of external market factors, you can also enter into a financial instrument.
That's correct, yeah.
And those are called credit default swaps or contingent credit default swaps.
That's correct, yeah.
The latter is external to Transnet, the former is internal to Transnet.
Correct.
All right. But we needn't go into any detail on those because we're going to concentrate on the interest rate swaps. Am I correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And you make that point on page 25. What do you say there?
It's essentially what we've been speaking about, Chair. It's the agreement between two parties in which one stream of future interest payments is exchanged for another. based on the principal amount. So in other words, as we've said, it's exchanging a floating rate amount related to the loan for a fixed rate, and the difference, as we said, is paid to either of the counterparties.
What do you say on page 26 in relation to cross-currency swaps? Now, those were actually entered into, were they?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. What is the point you make on page 26 from examining the Transnet records?
Chair, in terms of the payment of fees related to the cross-currency swaps, an amount of 7.5 million rand was paid by Transnet to regiments for structuring and arranging the CCSs, in other words, the cross-currency swaps. But what is, and just note that Regiments was the supply development partner of JP Morgan. In other words, they worked together. But what is interesting, JP Morgan was appointed to do conduct these particular transactions. So it is unclear why Regiments was paid 7.5 million rand by Transnet, where if they were working on the transaction as JP Morgan's supply development partner, then they would be paid by JP Morgan. But they issued an invoice to Transnet for an amount of 7.5 million. But Chair, just to create the necessary context, when we met last time, or on Friday, I indicated there was an amount of 166 million that was applicable to so-called success fees paid to regiments. And I focused specifically on 152 million of that 166 million and explained how that was all done and where that number came from. Now, included in that 166 million paid by Transnet to regiments was this 7.5 million. So regiments could never have been paid that amount by Transnet for work that they did on this particular transaction. So I've indicated it is nothing else but fraud. It's unjustified and unwarranted.
Do we know whether, as a matter of fact, JP Morgan performed the job that Regiments was paid 7.5 million rand for?
Chair, they were appointed to do the cross-currency swaps,
Yes.
and there were 25 drawdowns.
Mm-hmm.
And this relates to the CDB loan. There were 25 drawdowns on that loan, and they would have done, at each drawdown, they would have applied a cross-currency swap.
Well, you say they would have, and I'm trying to look at would have and whether they actually did.
Chair, given that...
Are you in a position to say, yes, as a matter of fact, they did it, or you are only able to say, I would have expected them to have done it?
Chair, I did not see the agreements which regulate the cross-currency swaps between Transnet and JP Morgan per se.
Yes.
So I can't say that it did happen or it didn't happen,
Yes.
but I assume in terms of the drawdowns,
Yes.
Transnet entered into an agreement to apply these swaps,
Yes.
and therefore I would
JP Morgan, in terms of the agreements which you did see, JP Morgan, performing this task fell within what they were required to do.
That's correct, Chair.
That you are able to say.
That's correct, Chair.
What you can't say is whether they actually did it.
That's correct, Chair.
And that might require some other, somebody to look more closely into whether they did it. But if the payment that they were paid, JP Morgan, so the payment that was made by Transnet to them should give an indication, or even their invoices would give an indication whether they actually did that part of the job. And then if they didn't do it, it may be that then it might not be fraud against regiments if they actually did the job. But if JP Morgan did the job and the regiments didn't do that job because it had already been done, then it would be fraud. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Let's try and understand the essence of what you are saying here with reference to the content of page 26. In relation to the China Development Bank loan, it was deemed necessary by Transnet to enter into a risk avoidance or risk protection hedging mechanism, correct?
Correct.
That was
Okay.
called a cross-currency swap, correct?
Correct, Chair.
Regiments was not appointed to do anything in relation to the cross-currency swap.
That's correct, Chair.
JP Morgan was appointed to do that work.
That's correct, Chair.
You say that despite the fact that it was not appointed to do the cross-currency swap, it nevertheless invoiced Transnet for 7.5 million rand and said, I helped my partner to do it.
That's correct, Chair.
And you say that that, in your opinion and understanding, is unjustified, unwarranted, and amounts to fraud.
That's correct, Chair.
So are you saying then that as far as your knowledge goes, Regiments was not appointed to nor entitled to issue an invoice for 7.5 million rand?
Not to Transnet, Chair.
It could have had an internal arrangement with Regiments. Oh, sorry, an internal arrangement with JP Morgan, its partners.
That's correct, Chair.
But that internal arrangement was an internal arrangement between Regiments and JP Morgan, or would have been. Certainly no basis for placing that liability in the hands of Transnet. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Chair.
I understand part of what you are saying to be that Regiments wasn't appointed to perform this task
That's correct,
by
Chair.
Transnet.
That's correct, Chair.
And before you can perform this task, it would have had to be appointed. And also to be able to put in an invoice to Transnet. It couldn't put in an invoice without having been appointed unless it was just some fraud.
That's correct, Chair. If
Yeah,
there was an
so-
underlying agreement of
Yes,
sorts.
there was no underlying agreement.
That's correct, Chair.
The only thing that would remain is whether for this kind of thing there could be any appointment of regiments that's not formal to do the job, I would imagine. So whether somebody could say, just please do this and put in an invoice and we'll pay you, and they actually do the job. That's what we don't know, is that right?
That's correct, Chair. And how that relates to supply chain.
Yeah,
Management.
so one doesn't expect that to happen.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, but just in case it happened and they actually did the job, then it might not be fraud as such, but it might be something else. But that might not be something that you want to say much about. I don't know. I'm just trying to. I'm working it out in my own mind.
No, yes, Chair, you're right.
Yes, yes.
If there was any underlying agreement
Yeah.
or a side agreement or whatever the case may be for this type of work, I wasn't aware of that and I didn't see anything.
So if there was a genuine job that was done and the regiments, had done the job and genuinely believed that it was entitled to put in an invoice, that would be something else. But in the normal course of these types of jobs, one expects that they would have been formally appointed in one way or another, or there would be an agreement, and in the absence of an agreement, they are putting in an invoice for this type of job. It seems very strange, to use my term, very strange, and and you say it may well have been fraud.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know whether I've helped to clarify, Mr. Pretorius, or whether I've compounded.
No, Chair, I'll deal with the issues you've raised in a moment, but it does seem that in the final report, some qualification will be necessary in order to make it accurate. And the qualification would be the following, Dr. Brown. Are you aware, having been given access to the relevant records, the records which deal with these issues, these financial transactions about which you're testifying, are you aware of any agreement or written arrangement or verbal arrangement that would justify regiments charging Transnet for 7.5 million rand?
No, Chair.
Okay. Would you have expected to find such documentation in your work?
No, Chair, not between Transnet and regiments. It would have been because JP Morgan were appointed. So if that would be, if Transnet said that they actually did the work, then it would have been in addition to what JP Morgan were potentially doing. And then some form of agreement or an arrangement would have been reduced to writing at that point between Transnet and regiments.
Yes, no, but what I'm alluding to is something different.
Okay.
In the volume of documentation and records that you examined, had there been such an agreement, an extra agreement between regiments and Transnet, albeit strange, would you have come across it?
Yes, Chair. Well, I would have hoped to have come across it, but I didn't.
Okay, so subject to the existence of a special arrangement between Transnet and regiments for the payment of 7.5 million rand, in the absence of such, you would stand by your opinion on this page.
Yes, Chair.
It's qualified, however, to the extent that there may be such an arrangement recorded in writing elsewhere. And that would have to be examined against different criteria, such as procurement criteria and the like.
That's correct, Chair.
But as I understand your evidence, even if there was such an arrangement, it would be strange.
That's correct, Chair.
Why?
Because regiments was the supply development partner or the partner in the transaction or for conducting these transactions of JP Morgan.
Yes,
so they were.
Regiments was part of the JP Morgan stable.
That's yes, for
entity.
the purposes thereof.
Yes.
Correct.
So if it had done any work for JP Morgan in executing the swaps, you would have expected the arrangement to be between regiments and JP Morgan.
That's correct, Chair.
And you wouldn't have expected Transnet to foot the bill.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Of course, there may exist information which explains how it came about that regiments was informed that it could bill Transnet for 7.5 million rand and Transnet would pay, but that evidence would exist elsewhere in email communications and the like.
That's possible, Chair.
And then you deal with the contingent credit default swap, which is the swap necessitated to avoid or protect against risk where external factors such as a market dip would require protection.
That's correct, Chair.
What do you say there on page 27?
Chair, it's very similar to the previous slide. In other words, the fee that regiments charged for the cross-currency swap. This is related to the contingent credit default swap, and the principles that apply there also apply here. The only difference is the 5.7 million fee that regiment claimed was also paid by Transnet as part of the 166 million that we were referring to previously. So that is how the 166 million was comprised of the 152 million related to the debt origination and lead arranging fees, the fee payable for the cross-currency swap, and the fee payable for the contingent credit default swap. That would make up the 166 million. So the 5.7 million in terms of structuring the CCDSs is even more intriguing, if I can use that word, merely because this is a very, very complex transaction, as you may appreciate. And the JP Morgan had certain intellectual property that they applied in the execution of this transaction, which actually was a benefit to Transnet. And the IP related thereto, in other words, to execute this transaction, was that of JP Morgan's and not of Regiment's. So this is what is also quite strange in terms of, if I can use the word, in terms of this particular transaction, because this is this is a highly complex thing, and the IP, as I said, was JP Morgan's.
So again, JP Morgan is appointed to do a particular hedging swap.
Correct, Chair?
It would have used its own intellectual property to execute this complex financial instrument.
That's correct, Chair.
Notwithstanding that Regiments was paid separately an amount of 5.7 million rand for apparently doing the work that JP Morgan was formally appointed to do.
That's correct, Chair. For structuring and arranging.
Similarly, are you aware of any other arrangement directly between Transnet and Regiments to pay it that separate amount of 5.7 million rand?
No, Chair.
On the face of it, had such existed, would have been proper.
It would have been strange because there was already an agreement between JP Morgan and Transnet for the execution of these particular types of transactions. So how Regiments fitted in and how they would align with Transnet in performing these functions is where the link is missing.
All right. We're going to go back now to the interest rate swaps. And perhaps we should use the few minutes before the short adjournment, because Chair Witness does really need to finish today, and so we will make our best attempt to do so.
Yes, no, we'll, if need be, work until 5.
I hope that won't be necessary.
Yeah, just indicating that
Thank you.
from my side, I
Thank you.
will be available to do that if we need to. Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair. But let's deal as far as we can with the return to interest rate swaps. You say in the first bullet, and I think you've already told the Chair, that interest rate swaps were only applicable to the domestic syndicated loan of 12 billion rand called the club loan.
That's correct, Chair.
Right. And you say the swaps were executed in 2 tranches. What does that mean?
In other words, there was 12 billion rand applicable, and the first tranche, or in other words, the first amount of that 12 billion rand was 4.5 billion rand that was executed, or that the transaction occurred on the 4th of December. And then on the 7th of March 2015, and on the 7th of March 2016, a further 7.5 billion rand of the 12 billion rand was swapped, was executed.
So are you saying that the financial arrangement, the hedging or interest rate swap, was put into effect in respect of 4.5 billion rand in December 2015, and the remaining 7.5 billion rand in March 2016?
That's correct, Chair.
And the third bullet, you've already explained to the Chair, but because it's quite a neat summary, would you just place that third bullet on record?
Okay. So, Chair, what is swapped are the cash flows associated with the two interest rates, the floating and the fixed. The one is floating. that moves with the market and the other is fixed for a certain duration. The one party receives the amount attached to the floating rate and the other party pays an amount attached to the fixed interest rate. Only the difference, as we've discussed, amounts based on the fixed and floating rates are paid to either of the parties. That's correct.
All right. And you then will proceed, hopefully after the short adjournment, with your observations on page 29. We'll deal with them by way of summary because you've alluded to them previously. Would this be a convenient time, Chair?
Yes, it would be. But before that, that bullet point at page 28, is it an answer to what Mr. Pretorius said on the first day of the evidence? I don't know if that was Friday, when he was saying, but you people talk about, in this sector, talk about a swap, but there's nothing swapped. Or was that a different context?
No, Chair, you're absolutely right. It's the same context.
Yeah.
In other words, it's you're doing
Because I think I can see what is swapped here. I hope I'm right.
No, Chair, you're absolutely right. In other words, it's actually only the difference
Yes.
between the two rates that is
Yes.
paid to either of the parties.
Yes.
So it's not, as you alluded to previously, Chair, the one party doesn't write out a check
Yes.
to the other one, and the other party doesn't write out a check, vice versa.
Yes.
And
Yes.
then the one received more and the other one received less.
Yes.
It's literally the difference between the two.
But going back to the meaning of swapping that Mr. Pretorius was talking about, can one say when parties such as Transnet and Nedbank in the transaction that we dealt with enter into that swap arrangement, in effect, what they are swapping are the risks?
That's correct, Chair, because
So Transnet has entered into an arrangement with the consortium in terms of which it is running a risk associated with a floating interest rate.
correct, Chair.
But it's not happy with that. It goes to Nedbank and say, assume or take this risk because I would rather have a fixed interest rate risk. And Nedbank says, well, I can give you a fixed interest rate risk. I'm happy to take the floating rate interest risk.
That's correct, Chair.
So is it more or less correct?
Correct.
They are swapping risks.
Yes, in other words, from a Transnet perspective, they would be the ones that say, I want to de-risk or take out the risk of future interest rate increases.
Yes, yes.
And I'm prepared to pay for that.
Yes. Okay, all right. One is trying. So it may be that, Mr. Pretorius, my example of swapping a risk is not 100% accurate.
No, it's absolutely
but
correct.
it's my way of trying to understand these things. As you know, as lawyers, we always want to make sure that the definition fits or a term fits the definition.
Chair, however one looks at it, in essence, one is swapping risks.
Yeah, yeah,
One is saying to the counterparty, you take my risk and I'll
Yes,
take your risk.
yes,
And then the financial
Yes.
results which follow are just
Yeah.
a netting off of the financial implications, or the
Yeah.
cash flow resulting from both. But the point that was made last week, Chair, was a different one slightly, and that was that the original agreement remains
Yes.
intact. So
Yes.
the original club loan
Yes.
remains intact, and
Yes.
Transnet must always pay that. Nothing
Yeah.
is swapped in or
Yeah.
out
Yes.
of that arrangement.
Yes.
The swap takes place with the counterparty, and it's a risk swap. So
Yes.
that was the point that we were trying to make.
So at a practical level, as between Transnet and the consortium,
Yes.
that a risk remains.
Correct. Nothing is
All
swapped.
that happens is that Transnet goes and approaches a party and says, cover me in terms of this risk, because it still stands.
Yes.
So, but in effect, by doing so, it takes care of the risk.
Not in this
through the
case, but
swap.
it ought to have taken care of the risk. Yes.
Well, the purpose, the
Yes.
purpose
No,
is to
correct.
take care of the risk, yeah. Okay, all right.
So that's
Okay.
clear.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
We will take the tea adjournment and resume at 25 to 12. We adjourn.
untoward, nothing strange or anything about them in terms of their execution. It could be done by anybody that is
Nothing complex.
Nothing complex, Chair.
Yes.
That could be done by any person that's been on a trading floor as such. So
So there can't be a justification that there was something particularly complex about them.
not,
And that's why somebody from outside was required who may have had better expertise.
that's correct, Chair. So I've also indicated that this will be a point of contention by Mr. Ramosebudi, and because there's a belief that there wasn't sufficient capacity and skill within Transnet to perform these transactions, which is actually to the contrary, and therefore fees paid to regiments would therefore be unjustified as the capacity and the skill existed within Transnet to perform these transactions.
Talking about that potential point of contention, you have made the point that this swap transaction was ordinary.
Correct, Chair.
There was really nothing requiring any exceptional expertise. But have you been able to look at the qualifications, expertise, and experience of the people that regiments used for this swap transaction and compared them with the people that Transnet would have used if it had used its dealing room to deal with this and be able to say, I've looked at their qualifications, I've looked at their expertise, I've looked at their experience. Really, there was nothing that the dealing room people at Transnet didn't have.
Chair, I didn't look at regiments specifically, but
Yes.
I looked at Transnet,
Yes.
and I do have. I would just need to go there.
You deal with it at page 40, for example,
That's correct, Chair. That's where I was going. Page 14.
and 41.
That's right. Chair,
Please
would you-
talk to it
Okay.
because I haven't read it.
Okay. I'll just read it. The Transnet Treasury team had and still has the expertise to handle these transactions without the support of external transaction advisors or execution agents. The relevant transactions, as indicated, Chair, are typically termed vanilla. They're stock standard swaps, and the Treasury dealing room has done these and does these periodically without external assistance. The normal process in terms of doing these types of swaps would be for Transnet Treasury dealing team to obtain indicative pricing of the proposed structure from the Transnet approved counterparties, and then depending on the size of the proposed transaction, the number of participating counterparties will be reduced to 3 based on achievable prices. In other words, they go into the market, they look at who's going to give us the best price for what we're trying to achieve or in realizing our objective, and they would do it on that basis.
Before you go on, would such a swap be anything new to the Transnet dealing room?
Not the swaps that we are referring to here, Chair.
I guess what I'm looking at, seeing that you made the point that there could be a point of contention with regard to whether or not the Transnet had the requisite capacity. I guess what I'm looking at is a situation where if somebody has a contrary view to yours and says, as you say, Mr. Ramosebudi is likely to say, says no, but we didn't have the capacity, quite apart from debating what the actual expertise, you can actually say, but look at the people you used or regiments used. Look at what they have in terms of qualification, experience, and expertise. Maybe you would be able to say, when you compare it with those, with the qualifications, experience, and expertise of those that Transnet had, there is nothing really special. So I'm looking at doing an even if kind of argument. You understand what I mean?
I do.
So, but if your starting point is this was an ordinary swap transaction.
That's correct, Chair.
It did not need special expertise, what experience. It was just a normal swap transaction.
That's correct.
The experience that Transnet had was enough. But I'm saying, I'm going beyond that to say, let's assume that there was something exceptional about it. You look at the people that regiments did use for it, and you compare them to the people that Transnet had in its dealing room, and you are able then to say there is no justification for not having used Transnet's own capacity.
Correct, Chair.
Thank you.
Perhaps we should, while we're dealing with it, then go to page 41 and deal with it there. Of course, Chair, the question arises, as you've stated, which will be put before you in due course, or the answer hopefully will be put before you in due course, is did regiments have any capacity at all, or did they outsource? But we'll come to that.
They're not, that becomes very important, yeah. Thank you.
Chair, on page 41, until 30th of April 2017, this was now well after the swap transactions commenced, the Transnet Treasury Dealing Room team comprised 4 traders and a market analyst, and the team members had a combined experience of almost 100 years in the local money, capital, and forex markets. So, as we also discussed previously, Chair, the Transnet Treasury was also rated as one of the best in the world by McKinsey in their survey in 2010, excuse me. And therefore, my conclusion was, looking at the CVs of these gentlemen, that they had the ability, the skills and qualifications, as well as experience to raise debt, but also to execute the financial transactions we are talking about.
Thank you.
Yes. We can go back then to page 31. The Chair has already raised with you issues related to the 12 billion rand club loan, the domestic loan. And he has asked you why, if the agreement was entered into on the 23rd of November 2015 at a floating interest rate, one could reasonably and explicably swap, and I use that term advisedly, the risk with a counterparty to place yourself in the position that you would have been had you entered into a fixed rate loan. And the question then arises, this swap transaction was done a few days later. How does one explain that? And you deal with that in the next section of your presentation.
That's correct, Chair.
All right. So let's go to page 31, please, if you would take the Chair through what you say on that page.
Chair, in order for Transnet to swap such large amounts of money, remember we're talking about the 12 billion club loan, we're talking about a further amount of Transnet debt of 11.3 billion, which we'll get to. It would have required them to first understand what the impact of that is on the structure of their debt book. If I can put it that way, in other words, all the floating, the debt that they had on their book in terms of floating rates, and the debt they had on their book in terms of fixed rates.
Now, the debt book is all the loans and all the debt which Transnet has at any particular point in time.
That's correct, Chair. That could mean bonds issued by Transnet. It could mean straight debt raised by Transnet, et cetera, et cetera.
All loans.
All loans. That's right. So essentially, what Transnet had to, or what had to happen, is that Transnet have a policy, the risk management framework, which deals with exactly that point, what the ratio should be between fixed rated debt and floating rate debt. And in order for them to do these transactions, in other words, to convert from floating to fixed, they might have to have, or they would have needed to potentially, and we can see it did happen, potentially change the ratio between floating and fixed. In other words, because they wanted to execute interest rate swaps at fixed rates, they would have had to increase their debt, or the debt ratio, from reducing floating and increasing fixed to accommodate that. So they would have had to check, are they still within the bounds of the policy or not? And if they were not within the bounds of the policy in terms of what they were trying to do, then they would have to amend the policy. And that's what is being referred to, Chair, as the fixed rate strategy in the second bullet. In the third bullet,
Yes.
in the third bullet, there one has an indication of what happened. In 2012, and remember, Chair, what we're talking about here is that there are ranges for floating. In other words, it's between a certain percentage and a certain percentage, and fixed would be between a certain percentage and a certain percentage. So there were ranges. So each one of those ranges would have to add up to 100. So if you have a look, we can use an example.
Let me ask this before you proceed. Is the ratio that you're talking about in relation to all the debts of Transnet? In other words, if you look at all the debts they have and you look at where they have used a floating interest rate and where they have used fixed rate, that's what they must have they must bear in mind. And the policy is that when you have regard to all of those, this is the ratio that should be, or is it something else that you're talking about?
No, Chair, that's correct. In other words, Transnet make a determined judgment on how much floating debt they would like to have,
yeah.
and how much fixed debt.
Yes,
But
yes.
and that is the basis. So that can change
Yes.
periodically depending on circumstances. But
Until it is changed, that is what you must be within if you enter into any transaction.
Correct, in the terms of the risk management
In
framework
terms of
policy.
risk management, yeah. Okay, thank you. The idea being that Transnet doesn't want to be beyond certain parameters in terms of either fixed or floating interest rate at any one time. Doesn't want to be outside of the parameters it fixes for itself.
That's correct, Chair. So if they want to take on new debt or
Yeah.
they want to swap,
Yes,
then they would need to consider the impact
Yes.
of that decision on
Yes.
the existing
yes.
policy.
Yes, so that their approach should primarily to fall within the policy. And if the circumstances of that transaction are such that they think that they should go against what's there in the policy, then the policy should be changed first to accommodate that.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I understand the exercise that you haven't done is to look at the policy as it existed on the 23rd of November 2015, look at the debt book as a whole and the proportion of fixed to floating in the debt book, and concluded whether it was appropriate to enter into a floating rate policy in the first place.
That's correct, Chair.
But you do talk of trends in the fourth bullet.
That's correct, Chair.
So it's one thing to say, look, there must be a policy in place which will allow you to swap from floating to fixed, as they did in December 2015. But what about the original agreement? Should that not also accord with the policy? Because the original agreement was to enter into a floating rate loan, and then a few days later they enter into a fixed rate. And we've no indication that the policy was changed in the interim.
That's correct, Chair, because if you, what they did was, they, because the intention was to have a lot more fixed rate debt, they had to change the policy. And that policy changed significantly to having a 90% at the upper bound, 90% fixed and 10% floating. If you look at the third bullet, the last sentence, those are the ranges, but if you look at the highest on fixed and the lowest on floating, it would be 90-10. So that was the policy that was adopted, and they would have needed to do something like that. And as Advocate Pretorius quite correctly says, further work is required and further investigation is needed in this context, more specifically to the timing of the transaction at that point in November 2015. But this was a clear indication of what the intention was, and that was to increase the fixed rate component of the debt book through a policy change.
But if one just goes on the information that you have to hand, Dr. Bloom, if the swap to fixed in December 2015 was within the bounds of policy, then it follows that it would also have been in accordance with policy to enter into a fixed rate loan a few days earlier.
That's correct, Chair.
And so what is the point you make in the fourth bullet?
The fourth bullet, in other words, because of the circumstances and the timing of the transaction, that the club loan on the 23rd of November should have been entered into a fixed rate loan if that was the intention. It wasn't necessary to first enter into a floating rate loan and then into a fixed rate loan later, because the financial risk management policy also clearly says that you must fix the rate at source. In other words, once at the point where you conclude the agreement, in other words, the club loan on the 23rd of November, it should have been fixed at that point. That is the source, and not a week later as it was done in terms of the swaps.
For the moment, all you're saying on page 31, as I understand it, that subject to a more detailed analysis, the trends in the policy would indicate that the loan should have been entered into on a fixed rate basis in the first place.
That's correct, Chair.
And we've applied a little logic to corroborate that.
Correct, Chair.
You're going to get later to the policy, but in relation to another aspect. In other words, as I understand what you're saying, the policy says make up your mind when you enter into the loan. Don't change your mind a week later. Is that in effect what the policy says?
That's correct, Chair.
All right, let's get there to page 32 then. What do you say on page 32?
So, Chair, this unpacks a little further the timing of these transactions. As we know, the club loan was concluded on the 23rd of November. On the 1st of November, the first portion of the 12 billion rand, the 4.5 billion rand was drawn down. And
that's 1st of December, huh?
That's correct. So,
Yeah.
So in terms
You
of
may have said November.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, 1st December.
So it was the 23rd of November it was concluded.
Yes.
The 1st of December, the first portion was drawn down, the 4.5 billion. And 3 days later, on the 4th of December, the interest rate swap from floating to fixed was concluded. So from a timing perspective. Now, in terms of the following transaction, the second portion of the drawdown, the other 7.5 million that was drawn down on the 12 billion, this occurred on the 1st of March 2016. And a couple of days later,
It's not 3,
Pardon?
it's 6 days later.
6 days, yeah. 6 days later, on the 7th of March, it should be
That 3 should be 6.
7.5. It should be 6 days,
Yeah, okay.
and then the 4.5 should be 7.5. Just as one carries on. Then on the 7th of March, the 7.5 billion rand that was concluded at floating was then fixed, was then changed or converted to fixed. So what comes out, Chair, from this analysis is that a certain trend, that the first portion was done in December, the second portion was done in March, and so it is clear that there was some kind of understanding of how this execution of these transactions would take place.
In short, on the 23rd of November 2015, you enter into a floating rate policy. In effect, a few days later, you change it to a fixed rate policy at great cost to Transnet
That's correct, Chair.
and great benefit to counterparties and execution agents.
Correct, Chair.
Now you go into the implications of those facts now in the following pages, and you ask the question in the second bullet on page 32, why did this take place? What is the explanation for this?
Chair, in the number of memoranda that I perused, the group treasurer was at pains to indicate that interest rates were expected to increase substantially. So as part of the analysis, I went and looked exactly what happened. And they took a 2-year view of interest rates. And remember, they entered into the swap agreements for 15 years. So the problem that exists here, so based on 2 years of forecasts, which did not indicate anything exponential in terms of growth or increase of interest rates, was used as the basis to justify the fixing of the rate.
Interest rate, yes. But what is the norm, or what's the logic? If you do a forecast of interest rates in respect of a 15-year transaction loan, should the forecast not cover the whole period? Or it's fine if it covers a lesser period, provided certain things happen, or what is normally expected professionally?
Jay, you will rarely find that institutions will forecast a 15-year interest rate. It is just almost impossible.
Because there are too many variables over the period.
That's correct, Chair.
So what is the norm? What kind of period does the forecast normally cover?
Chair,
Or 50% of the duration, or a quarter, or it just goes maybe by 5 years, or 3 years, 3 years?
Chair, there is no norm per se.
Yes.
But in Transnet's case, they subscribe to the to forecasts of interest rates provided by the Bureau for Economic Research at Stellenbosch University. They use that as the justification. So they don't do forecasts for longer than 2 years.
Okay.
From a service provider that's actually providing information to the market on this particular matter.
Yes.
They do have 5-year forecasts, but it's not it's a more deposit rate. But as you can see, Chair, the problem with that, and as you correctly said, has got to do with the fact that there are many variables that impact on it, and as a consequence, this was a justification, but for a 15-year period, which the two components of what we're talking about don't align.
But what I was trying to establish is whether there is anything to be made of the fact that they base their focus on 2 years. So, but from what you are saying, it seems that the fact that they base their focus on 2 years has no significance.
Yes, Chair. In other words, they used information at hand that was available in the market that institutions can access. So yes, in other words, they based their decision on 2 years, given a 15-year duration.
But that's what they did immediately before they went for the fixed interest rate swap. Is that right? Not before they entered into the floating rate.
Yes, that's the point, Chair.
Chair, that is exactly the question.
Yes, yes.
In other words, you would start doing this type of analysis not to try and justify a swap. You would be doing the analysis to justify, should I be fixing at source, or should I rather keep, let's stick to floating, and I can always fix a portion of it later.
And on what you had a look at in terms of documentation and memoranda and whoever you may have spoken to, if you spoke to any of the people who were involved, are you able to say whether or not that there was a forecast that was done before the floating interest rate arrangement was done, or you have not come across anything that suggests that it was done?
No, Chair. The only, as you say, only in terms of the memoranda that I perused and so on, the argument was for the swap.
Yes, yes.
So it was that became the modus operandi in essence, and in terms of analysis related to deciding to fix or retain floating at the source, in other words, when the loan was concluded, no, I don't have.
You have not found?
I haven't found any information that actually speaks to that particular aspect, but only more to the swap.
To the swap, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Well, what we know, Dr. Brown, is that within a few days, Transnet changed its mind from floating to fixed. It justified the fixed interest rate swap on the basis of long-term forecasts by the Bureau for Economic Research. Do you know whether Transnet subscribed to that service?
Yes, they do, Chair.
So leave aside the question of fixed or floating as absolute concepts for the moment and concentrate on the change of mind within a few days. Is there any explanation for that? In other words, is the long-term forecast a valid explanation for changing of approach between floating to fixed within a few days?
No, Chair.
I don't know whether this question will be the same as the one that Mr. Pretorius has just asked, but I wanted to ask it much earlier. To do a forecast with regard to interest rates, you need a certain state of affairs, or you need to inform yourself of a certain state of affairs or factors that influence the fluctuation of interest, I would imagine. Now, that material, how easy is it for it to change within just a matter of few days?
Chair, it's unlikely. And as you rightly said, these forecasts of interest rates are based on various modeling approaches, which take into account various variables. But in order to do that forecast, I'm getting a little technical, but in order to do that forecast, you would have to, all the variables that you consider that will impact on interest rates in the future, you would have to forecast. So you would have to forecast those variables in order to forecast the interest rate, which in itself is a very difficult task. But yes, I mean, that is the premise on
Yes.
which was used.
Yes, yes.
So let's just put it in a different way, perhaps, to conclude that page at least and move on. If Transnet, the Transnet treasurer, sought to justify the swap at huge cost to Transnet to fixed on the 4th of December, sought to justify it by reference to economic forecasts, the question arises, surely that information should have informed the decision made on the 23rd of April, and applying those same forecasts, one should have entered into a fixed agreement on the 23rd. It would take some explanation to explain that anomaly.
That's correct, Chair. I think what is important to understand is that these forecasts would have been available. So they would have been done previously. And as a consequence, you wouldn't, even if you wanted to fix rates at that time on the 23rd of November, you might not have fixed the entire portion of the loan. You would have said, okay, we see there's an uptick in interest rates potentially happening according to these forecasts. So let's fix a portion, and then we'll, if interest rates start to increase significantly, whatever the case may be, then we can fix more and more. But to say I'm going to fix the entire amount in one tranche is very unusual. In that
so what would require explanation from the treasurer would be the following. He says, I did my homework and therefore entered into the swap on the 4th of December. Presumably, he should have done his homework, as the chair said, before entering into the loan in the first place.
That's correct, Chair.
One doesn't do one's homework after the event, after the examination, surely.
That's correct, Chair.
And there may be some explanation, but you couldn't find any on the record, and the indications are that there is no explanation.
That's correct, Chair, except the 2-year forecast.
Well, the only explanation will be there that suddenly the 2-year forecast landed on the Treasurer's desk after the 23rd of November.
Yes, it was for the purposes of justification.
But you say that these forecasts are prepared long in advance. Do you know when that forecast came out?
No, Chair.
Did you get to know whether the persons involved in going with the floating interest rate regime in regard to the loan were the same people who decided on the fixed term rate for the swap? Or could it have been different people, or is that something you couldn't tell?
Chair, if you look at the departments within Transnet or the divisions, it would have been the debt raising department or the funding department, as they're called now, and then the treasury department. And within treasury, there are various the various sections that deal with various aspects
Yes.
of treasury matters.
Yes.
So collectively, they would have had to sit and get
Yes.
an understanding of what is the best strategy
Yes.
within the risk management or the financial risk management framework.
Okay, thank you.
Right, let's approach this conundrum from a different angle. And you deal with that on page 33, right? There may be information placed before the chair in due course that the planning for the fixed interest rate swap took place before the 23rd of November. In other words, when the floating rate interest agreement was entered into, they already knew that they were going to swap.
That's correct, Chair.
So that's subject matter of investigation, and evidence will be placed before you in due course. But applying your knowledge and experience, is the transaction, the swap transaction, capable of being concluded in a few days after a change of mind?
Chair, not if you, because if we can just sort of unpack it and and note a couple of points. First of all, they would have to go to the market and do their pricing. They would have had to consider who would have been given the best options in terms of pricing. They would have also had to go through various processes in terms of approval and authorization. So this doesn't happen in 3 days, in 4 days. There's a process, and it could easily take a month, or it could take 3 weeks potentially. But yes, it's not something that happens very swiftly. Yes, it could be expedited if there's a crisis. In other words, interest rates for some or other reason suddenly shoot up for whatever reason. So, but in the normal course of events, it would take a couple of weeks in order to decide, because they would also, Chair, as indicated previously, would have to understand what the impact is on the debt structure. So it's not only going out to the market for pricing, there's a lot of calculations and a lot of understanding and authorizations that need to happen. So in my opinion, it can't happen in 3 days.
Right. And so what is the opinion that you proffer as a matter of probability on page 33, second bullet?
That prior to entering into the club loan on a floating rate basis, Transnet officials would have intended to effect interest rate swaps, effectively converting the loan into a fixed interest rate loan.
So you say, given your knowledge and experience of the way these things happen, the way these financial transactions are negotiated and constructed, and the time that it takes to do so, in the ordinary course, when they entered into the floating rate loan on the 23rd of November, Transnet officials already knew, as a matter of probability, leave aside other evidence, that they were going to swap to fixed rate at a higher cost later.
That's correct, Chair, just given the very short time frames and the decisions taken in the context thereof.
And then that therefore begs the question, why enter into a floating rate policy when you know you're going to change to a fixed rate later? And why don't you simply enter into a fixed rate loan in the first place?
Correct, Chair.
And we deal with that question in the next 2 pages. Okay. What do you say on page 30?
Sorry, before you go to that page, so you are quite positive that in your professional opinion, it's highly unlikely that they entered into a fixed interest rate swap 3 days after the loan agreement involving a floating interest rate it's highly unlikely that they did so because of any change in circumstances that occurred within that 2-3 days. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
You say that's highly unlikely that is the case. They must have known before they concluded the loan agreement that included the floating interest rates arrangement. They must have known that they were planning to do a fixed interest rate swap soon afterwards.
That's correct, Chair. There was nothing in the market at that point
Yes.
that alluded to in that specific period of time,
Yes.
up to the 4th of December. We'll talk about the later periods later.
Well, I was about to ask whether it was anywhere around 9-10 December 2015.
We're going to get to that, Chair.
Okay, but this was before.
This was before, so there was nothing from a market perspective
Yes.
that could have said, but now something is drastically going to
Yes,
happen, and
yes.
we have to make a problem. We have.
We must change.
There was talk of downgrades and things like that,
Yeah.
but it never there was
Concretized into anything.
exactly, Chair.
Yes.
And that is why it was very odd that,
Yes.
that this happened.
Yes. You mentioned earlier on, you made the point earlier on that in relation to the loan, they could have limited the floating interest rates arrangement to a shorter period than the full duration of the loan. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, Chair, what I meant was that instead of fixing the entire amount of 4.5 billion, they could take the loan on at floating, say using the 4.5 billion as an example, and then if the need arose, they could fix a portion of it.
Or a portion of the amount, not of the duration of the.
That's correct,
Yes.
Chair.
The duration has to remain 15 years.
Correct, Chair.
It's just the portion of the amount.
That's right.
But to some extent, you might achieve the same, whether you know, even if you were to have been given maybe 7.5 years to use a particular regime and another 7.5 years to use another regime, if you halve the amount and use one and use another one for you might end up achieving the same thing, or not as simple as that.
It's not as simple as that, Chair.
I suspected. Okay, all right. Thank you. But your point is they could have made sure that it was not the whole amount that was put under a certain regime.
Chair, that's what risk mitigation is all about.
Yes, not putting all your eggs in one basket.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, Chair, an interesting point arises out of what happened later in December. I suppose one explanation could conceivably be, I knew what was going to happen later in December, but that would create further problems for the decision makers.
No, that's true.
But we don't have any indication of that yet, Chair. Let's deal then with page 34. Again, just to place page 34 in context, you're talking about the change of mind
Correct, Chair.
and the justification, possible justification for any fixed rate swap.
That's
And
correct.
would you deal with the 4 bullets then on page 34, the 4 sub-bullets?
Chair, I'd like to address the 4 sub-bullets, as Advocate Pretorius indicates, that the strategy adopted is...
Well, if you could deal
Sorry.
with the introduction
Okay.
as well.
In my view, there could be no justification for the execution of the extreme change of the floating debt to fixed debt in the manner considered and ultimately executed. And the reason for those are the following. This strategy that was adopted, this fixed rate strategy that I'm referring to, assumes an environment of high interest rates, and because we are referring to the club loan over a period of 15 years, this would imply that Transnet is locked into the interest rate swap agreement for 15 years. So that it's the point that we were discussing previously, Chair, where you're using 2-year forecasts to make your decision of fixing rates, and then you still fix the whole amount, but you forget about that you're actually locking in Transnet for 15 years. And it's not a question of swapping back from fixed to floating. It's the other way around.
Yeah, once it's fixed, it's fixed. Once it's floating, it's floating.
Yes, you can swap from floating to fixed.
Yeah.
But if you for instance, enter into an agreement with a counterparty, and that counterparty says, you pay me fixed and I'll pay you floating, then there's a risk involved. So the counterparty says, listen, I'm entering into this agreement over a long period of time. So if you want to get out at any point in time, or exit the position as it's called, you're going to have to pay for that. And that is where this whole situation becomes problematic.
We'll come to that calculation later.
Yes. So the second one is, in my view, it's not possible to predict interest rates so far into the future. Adopting an extreme...
I'm sorry, this so far relates to 15 years?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
So it is not possible to predict interest rates so far into the future. Adopting an extreme adjustment to the debt structure from floating to fixed rate, in my view, is irresponsible. This is particularly important because it confers a large risk and potential loss on Transnet.
And you will tell the Chair that Transnet is in fact suffering losses now.
That's correct, Chair. I will give you the numbers.
Just to interrogate that second bullet point before you move on. Whether one is talking about a fixed rate or a floating interest rate regime, one does take a risk that things might ultimately turn out in such a way that one regrets having chosen a particular regime at the beginning of the transaction. But that is something you can only make a judgment on at the end of the whole period, isn't it? If it's a 15-year loan, you can't necessarily blame the person who made a judgment call at the beginning if 3 years down the line it looks like it was such a terrible mistake, because you don't know whether by the end of the 15-year period you'll actually be smiling, say, actually it has worked out quite fine, isn't it?
Chair, that's possible, but I would, when we get to discussing the numbers a little later on,
yes,
I will give you an indication of the dilemma,
yes,
that exists. And therefore,
yes,
it brings me back to the point that you're right. Over a period of time, it could equal out, or it could be beneficial, or whatever the case may be. But in this particular, it is also important to understand that you mitigate your risk by making decisions that are taken over a period of time. For instance, as we were discussing, only taking a small portion of the debt and fixing it, given the upward movement in rates, and then doing that same process as you proceed. In other words, the balance that you achieve would be, because then you would bring more floating at a later stage from other debt into your debt book, if I can call it that, and that would start balancing it out. So, it's all about a strategy.
Yes.
But what we see here is extreme movements or extreme decisions to fix or to enter into agreements for very large amounts of money.
So basically, the strategies seek to make sure that over, for example, a 15-year period, you are not going to just keep on hoping that at the end of the 15-year period, things will work out fine. As things go bad during the 15-year period, you just hope that at the end it will work out fine. The strategies are meant to mitigate so that your expectation is based on what you have put in place to try and mitigate any possible adverse changes.
That's correct, Chair, but it must be done correctly.
It must be done correctly.
Yes,
Yeah.
Chair.
Can't be guesswork.
That's true, Chair.
Okay, all right.
If you would then go through, because you have now dealt with some of the issues that you intended to deal with, the 4 sub-bullets on page 34 as part of the first paragraph. You dealt with the first one.
And the second one. In the third one, in my view, to mitigate against paying significant fees, and as we have discussed, Chair, a phased approach in small increments would have been prudent based on evolving market conditions when circumstances dictated.
The last bullet.
And the last bullet is the Transnet Group Treasurer, although relying on the Bureau for Economic Research interest rate forecast, assumed a very steep trajectory of long-term interest rates. And there was no indication at that point in time that such a dramatic upward movement in interest rates would occur.
Right. So far, we have an unexplained change of mind from floating to fixed, 23rd November 2015 to 4 December 2015.
Correct, Chair.
It's inexplicable and unreasonable on your assessment and in your opinion.
That's true, Chair.
And to put it simply in lay language, had the proper investigations being done up front, that and the policy being followed, the fixed rate, if it was advisable, should have been entered into in the first place.
That's correct, Chair.
And not involving a change of mind over a few days.
That's
But what was the certain outcome of this change of mind? You deal with that in the second bullet on page 34.
Chair, as a consequence of the way that the transactions were structured and implemented or executed, this would result in significant fees for regiments and cash flow for the counterparty. Obviously at the expense of Transnet, because as we've discussed, there can only be one winner in this transaction, and therefore this outcome was in fact the only reliable, predictable outcome at the time. So in summary, I'm of the view that this was irresponsible, unfounded, and unwarranted to fix such a large portion of the debt at that time. If a portion of the debt was to be fixed, it should have been a small portion in reaction to an anticipated increase in interest rates, or some other strategy that might have been part of the Transnet requirement, but to fix 4.5 billion at that point in time, and then a further 7.5 billion in the next couple of months, did not appear to be justified in the context of the information available.
And you explain that, or you're about to explain the losses incurred by Transnet as a result of these arrangements.
Correct, Chair.
Which you say were ill-advised in the first place.
Correct, Chair.
Let's go to page 35 then, and you say in relation to a graph that we're about to introduce, 2 points should be made. What are those points?
So in other words, it was unacceptable to enter into a floating rate loan and thereafter effectively enter into a fixed rate loan, as we've been discussing. By doing this, Transnet ended up paying interest at a fixed rate substantially higher than it would have had it enter into a fixed rate loan in the first place.
All right, just pause there. You say there are indications that make it more probable than not, in your expert opinion, that even when they entered into the floating interest rate loan, they knew already and would have planned for changing it effectively to a fixed rate loan later.
That's correct, Chair.
Right. But when it decided in December to no, because that's wrongly put, because we know that on your opinion the decision was made even before the 23rd of November. When it implemented the swap effectively to change the floating rate loan to a fixed rate loan early in December 2015, did it pay a fixed rate in the swap equivalent to the fixed rate it would have paid had the loan been entered into on a fixed rate basis in the first place?
No, Chair, because the rate that was ultimately agreed as part of the swap agreement and compared to the market fixed rate, if I can call it that, at that point in time, were substantially different. As I indicated previously, the market fixed rate or the mid-market rate that one would use would have been adjusted slightly to make provision for a couple of other little risk factors that counterparties normally include, but not at the same level as the rates that they were finally entered into.
In fact, what you are going to tell the Chair in graphic form in a moment is that the fixed rate ultimately paid or payable by Transnet was much higher than the fixed rate, substantially higher in your view than the fixed rate that Transnet would have paid had it entered into a fixed rate agreement in the first place.
Correct, in terms of the market.
And you say that's quite apart from fees and costs.
Correct, Chair.
Okay. Let's go to page 36 then and put up the graph. All right. Now, this is what you call a stats bar graph, statistical bar graph.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. What do the blue lines indicate?
Chair, the blue lines indicate the floating rate over the period starting on the 1st of the 12th, 2015, that was when the drawdown of the loan occurred, to the 1st of the 10th, 2018, by way of example.
Yes, and on the left-hand side we see from 0 to 12 interest rate levels.
That's correct, Chair.
So if one looks at each blue bar, one will see how interest rates floated between 8 and 10% over that period.
That's correct, Chair. And if you look at that, you will also see, okay, one needs to look at the axes. I mean, in other words, on the left-hand side, the 0 to 12 that you were referring to. But also, you would also see that there's no substantial movement in the blue bars. They all hover around the same area, if I can put it that way. And then the line at the top, the black line, where it's
right at the top of the graph, that solid black line.
That's correct, Chair. Where it indicates 11.83 in the corner. That is the fixed rate that was concluded, not the market rate, the fixed rate that was concluded as part of the agreement between Transnet and Nedbank. And that's what Transnet pays Nedbank every quarter when a swap occurs. Okay,
so what is the difference between the blue and the black?
Chair, the difference is an indication that the floating rates, in other words, all the floating rates, have not increased or have not reached the fixed rate level of 11.83 at any time over that period that we are assessing at the moment.
So instead of paying the rates indicated by the blue bars, between 8 and 10% on a floating rate basis, Transnet has ended up paying a much higher rate of interest indicated by the black line.
That's correct, Chair. And so simplistically put, I want to emphasize that, the red bars represent all the losses that Transnet that accrue to Transnet.
Just arising from the swap.
That's just arising
just
from the swap.
arising from the difference in interest rate bases.
Yes, Chair.
Although you say there are other costs.
That's right.
Factored in.
I think it's important to also note that the included in the 11.83 would be execution fees, because that is how, so the rate paid to Nedbank would include the execution fees within that 11.83 fee.
And the rate paid to regiments too would come out of Transnet.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Can we go to page 37 then? Here you deal with losses to Transnet on a different basis. It's a little more complicated. Would you explain it, please?
Chair, I'm going to focus on the totals, if I may, at the bottom of the table.
All right. But before you go there, perhaps we should explain the column on the right-hand side, second from the right-hand side, or the right-hand margin, called cost, it reads of exist. That should read cost of exit.
That's correct, Chair.
The concept you've referred to. Basically, if at any point in time the parties to the swap were to sit down, Transnet would say to its counterparty Nedbank, look, I'm not happy with our arrangement, I want out. Transnet would say, as I understand your evidence to date, yes, I'll let you out, but then you must pay me what I would have earned in the balance of the term.
That's
the
correct,
present day value of what I would have earned for the remainder of the term.
That's correct, Chair.
So that's what you refer to as the cost of exit.
Correct, Chair.
But it's a reliable forecast, on the other hand, by way of corollary of Transnet's losses. Not only would it be a forecast imposed by Nedbank of what it would have profited for the balance after the exit to the termination of the arrangement, but it would also be an indicator, as I understand your evidence, of the losses that Transnet would have continued to incur. So one matches the other.
Correct, Chair, at the 14th of May, in terms of this particular table. But what is important, Chair, just to note that, and if I may, the realized cash flows, in other words, the third column from the right, the 850 million rand is the loss that Transnet has occurred, or the loss that has accrued to Transnet to date. In other words, put another way, that is the cash flow, that's the amount of money that Transnet have actually paid to the counterparty as part of the agreement.
In relation to each portion of the loan?
In relation to each portion of the loan, correct. So this is the total 12 billion rand club loan. In terms of the cost of exit...
well, let's first explain, what is the realized cash flow? What is that amount?
Chair, those are the differences. Remember, we said that Transnet does not write out a check to Nedbank, and Nedbank does not write out a check to Transnet. So the difference...
ultimately paid, now we know, by Transnet to Nedbank.
Is 850 million, correct.
Over that period of time, up to 14 May 2019.
That's correct, Chair.
From December 2015.
That's correct.
So it has, on this swap of risk, lost you say 850 million rand.
Correct, Chair.
And if one was to forecast the loss over the whole period of the swap arrangement, what information would you use?
Then one would look at the last column, Chair. So this would cost Transnet, just on the 12 billion club loan, 1.8 billion.
Well, no, but you would add to the 850 million what amount?
980 million.
That's the cost of exit. That's the
Correct.
forecast loss of profit to Nedbank. Its corollary is the forecast expense and loss to Transnet.
That's
it would have
correct.
lost over the period.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, that's 980 million, giving a total loss of this whole exercise amounting to
1.8 billion rand.
So this exercise, constructed in the way it was constructed, cost Transnet, or will cost Transnet over the full term, 1.8 billion rand.
That's correct, Chair.
The parties to profit are whom?
Well, included in these costs would be the fee paid, well, the fee paid to the executing agent, and the benefit, if one can put it that way, to the counterparty. So included in those realized cash flows are the fees paid to the counterparty.
All right. On the next page, you deal with the Transnet policy entitled the Financial Risk Management Framework. Would you just, you've dealt with it, but by way of summary, would you please just place page 38 on record?
So, Chair, we've referred to the Financial Risk Management Framework policy on several occasions this morning, but it regulates, amongst others, the debt portfolio and transaction parameters. In other words, amongst other things, the size of the debt book, the ratio of fixed to floating, and etc. And then the risk management practices within the Transnet treasury environment in terms of hedging the swaps, or hedging the risks through the use of swaps.
So how big the debt book can be, in other words, how much you can borrow and how much you should be in debt. And the ratio of fixed to floating, we've dealt with that.
Correct, Chair.
As well as how you should go about hedging risk.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Then the second bullet.
The framework dictates that the decision to secure funding on a fixed or floating interest rate basis should be taken at the time of concluding the funding transaction. We've used the term at the source, and that is what it's about, to avoid unnecessary costs of revising the position at a later date. And had this been done, Transnet would have saved billions, because it wouldn't have been necessary to pay execution fees, and it wouldn't have been, and no interest rate swap would have been required.
On page 39, apart from summarizing much of what you've told the chair, you deal with events which might imply a need to change mind from floating to fixed or from fixed to floating. Would you deal with that, please?
So, Chair, in terms of the timeline and justification for the club loan, by way of summary, the club loan was concluded or contracted on the 23rd of November. The first drawdown of the 4.5 billion occurred on the 1st of December, and 3 days later, the first tranche of those interest rate swaps, in other words, the 4.5 billion, was changed or swapped from floating to fixed.
Effectively swapped.
Effectively swapped, yes. Correct, Chair. As indicated previously, Mr. Ramasubudi argued a volatile economic environment with high inflation and volatile exchange rates as the basis for fixing interest rates. To the extent that this was true, he should have known this prior to the 23rd of November 2015, and certainly would have known this had he listened to his treasury team. Because the treasury, the decisions are based on significant research that the Treasury team does before they enter into any agreement. And therefore, they would have assessed various rates, they would have assessed various circumstances and made that call. In terms of the following point, this argument of substantially higher increase in interest rates, a volatile rand, high inflation, which would necessitate from an economic point of view the increase in interest rates to keep it in check, would have only been able to hold water if some, what's called in the financial world a black swan event, could trigger exchange rate volatility or high inflation, which would invariably drive interest rates higher. 5 days after the execution of the first swaps with Nedbank, the finance minister at the time, Mr. Nhlanhlaneni, was sacked, and this could have been considered as a black swan event and caused significant volatility in the rand and caused long-term and short-term interest rates to spike. So, but what is interesting is the rates never stayed high. They rarely do. In other words, you might have a spike, but then there's a decrease to another position where it finds itself. So, however, the rates stabilized quickly at slightly higher levels after the appointment of Mr. Pravin Gordhan, and moved in a very narrow band after that. The rates never reached levels that were close to the fixed rates concluded for the swap transactions. And this is the ultimate. So, Chair, my view is that, as was indicated previously, although this situation or event was triggered, it never had the effect that was anticipated. In other words, that interest rates would increase. Even if interest rates increased, they would still stabilize thereafter. Interest rates never remain at the levels that were executed or were used in this transaction for 15 years. It might have been there for a couple of weeks, whatever the case may be, but it would have then stabilized given intervention at that point.
And then on page 40 and 41, you deal with the expertise within Transnet dealing room, its expertise, its capability, its international reputation, the regard it was held in by McKinsey, for example, and you deal with what the capability was, particularly in relation to the swaps that we're dealing with here. You've given that evidence to the Chair.
That's correct, Chair.
Unless there's any question, we could move on then to page 43. Would you go to page 43, please? Here we deal in more detail with the cost of these transactions, cost of the change of mind, cost of the entry into the swap entailing a fixed interest rate risk mitigation measure. And you do so by reference to a schedule. Please take the Chair through page 43 and explain what you have portrayed here in this schedule under the second bullet.
Chair, because this is a syndicated loan, various parties to the loan would have different floating rates, depends on negotiation. So various financial institutions would agree a certain rate for their loan.
This is the floating loan part.
That's the floating loan part. So in the context of the 4.5 billion loan that was portion of the 12 billion loan that was executed as a swap on the 4th of December, we can look at the rates, which are the more important aspect of this table. You would see that the floating rate for the different parties at that point in time was 9.18 for ABSA, and then 9.22% for Bank of China, Nedbank, Future Growth, and Old Mutual Finance. So that's an important, that they concluded the loan on the 23rd of November at those rates. Then, why it's important to then bring in the next column just alongside that, what's called the mid-market blended rate, is to understand what the market was indicating at that point in time, should the loan have been fixed.
On the 23rd of November 2015.
Yes, this was, Chair, the mid-market rate that we're referring to here was not for the 23rd of November, it was for the applicable to the interest rate swap. So this was on the 4th of December.
Yes, but would there have been a significant difference?
It wouldn't have been significant, but there would have been a couple of basis points difference.
Oh, okay.
Potentially. So if Transnet were interested in entering into a fixed rate swap at that point in time, they would have said, okay, to the Treasury, let's have what are the mid-market rates? In other words, what are the rates in the market that we should be able to fix at? And Chair, on the 4th of December, it would have been 11.16. And this is extracted from from market information that's provided by sources, if I may, Bloomberg and Reuters and these that provide this type of information. So the 11.16 would have been the basis. Added to that, as I've indicated previously, would have been a couple of basis points or a couple of extra points of a percent to make provision for some other risks, market execution fees, etc., etc. But what is important to note is what was the actual fixed rate that was paid by Transnet?
In the swap?
In the swap. That's correct, Chair. So it's 11.83, which remains fixed for 15 years at that point in time, versus 11.16, which would have been a little higher than that, given as I indicated, given some of the other risk factors that one would work into that. But it would not come close to that fixed rate that was actually charged.
So we need to ask your opinion at this stage. The mid-market blended rate is the fixed rate basis upon which a fixed rate loan would have been entered into in the first place.
That is what the market rate was at that point. So you would use that as the basis for your, to start off
And
your
then
understanding.
you would add on little bits, but they would be little bits.
That's correct, Chair.
Right. Not significant for the purposes of the question to follow, I understand.
Correct.
But when it entered into the swap, it paid a much higher, or the equivalent of a much higher fixed rate.
That's correct, Chair.
Right. Now, to the ordinary person, the difference between 11.16 and 11.83 doesn't seem huge. Would you comment on that?
Chair, from the perspective of the amount of money we're talking about, in other words, 4.5 billion rand, it is the difference of 67 basis points, or 0.67% in this particular case is significant.
All right. And that's the difference between the mid-market blended rate and the fixed rate ultimately paid as part of the swap, you've referred to as the delta.
That's correct, Chair.
Is this delta that you see here in your schedule, 11.16 to 11.83, is it normal? You used a word in consultation earlier that was more descriptive.
Yes, Chair, I did. I think the important thing is this is not normal, because the rate that would have been the rate that one would have fixed at is, remember, it would have been the market rate plus the execution fees that the counterparty would have charged, plus a what's called a CVA, a credit value adjustment. Let's not go there, but it's little extra risk factors that are built into the rate, and that would have been the rate at which they fixed. So this rate of 11.83 was substantially higher than what would have actually happened.
Abnormally higher, would that fit your description?
It's abnormally high, Chair.
All right. We're going to deal with the second tranche, but perhaps we should do that after the long adjournment on page 44. And the prospects of finishing by 4 o'clock are increasing.
We'll take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2. We
Thank you,
adjourn.
Chair. No.
It's in exactly the same realm of the first tranche, which is excessive. If you think 11.44 versus 12.27, that is quite a jump, or in the fixed rate, and so in my opinion, it is high.
And so what do you conclude in the second last bullet on page 44?
So, Chair, Transnet overpaid for the swap transactions, insofar as they incurred substantial losses as a consequence, and they also paid excessive fees, as that is included in those rates, and that's essentially very similar to the same to the same situation that occurred for the 4.5 billion. But Chair, I would just like to indicate an interesting outcome of both tranches, and that is if you subtract in the 4.5 billion the fixed rate from the floating rate, not the mid-market, just the fixed to the floating in the 4.5 billion, and the fixed to the floating in the 7.5 billion, the difference between those two rates, it's exactly the same. So in other words, it was 2.65%, which is, it doesn't work like that in practice. In other words, where the floating rate and the fixed rate payable, it's as if it was aligned to be the same spread between the floating and the fixed for both tranches.
What conclusion do you draw from that?
Well, that appears to indicate that that the fixed rate of both loans or both swaps was intended to have a spread, a very high spread of 2.65% between the floating and the fixed rate. In other words, that is excessive.
And who would benefit from that spread? Excessive, as you describe it.
The counterparty would benefit, and then essentially, and then regiments, obviously, because their fees included in the 2.27.
Would the regiments be the only party that would stand to benefit from that?
Chair, they were appointed for these transactions. They were appointed as the executing agent.
Yes.
So they would fulfill that role as trading the swaps. So yes, they would be the party, and Nedbank as the counterparty would benefit from the difference in the interest rates.
Yes. So would your conclusion be that probably this was done to benefit regiments, and if in the process Nedbank benefited, that might have been just an unintended consequence?
Well, Chair, coming to the fees,
Yeah.
it was, yes, because in order regiments were paid 20 basis points on each one of the swaps. So by splitting it, splitting the loan into two tranches, et cetera, it was, would have benefited them also in terms, and Nedbank would have had a very high, would have had a benefit from the fact that the fixed rate payable by Transnet was so high. And we've seen that is why the losses incurred by Transnet to date have accrued as a consequence.
Is it, what are the chances that this might have been simply a result of the negotiations between Nedbank and Transnet without anybody aiming to benefit regiments as such, and that regiments just happened to benefit in the process? What are the chances of that scenario having been the scenario?
I don't think regiments would have just benefited. I think this was planned.
Yes.
In respect of the fact that entering into the swaps would result in significant fees for them.
For them, yeah.
From the other perspective, and from what I've seen, Nedbank indicate that the the fixed rate paid, or the 12.27 in this particular case, was provided to them by Transnet and Transnet advisors, as they say.
Yes.
So it was a question of Nedbank would have not entered into something like this if it wasn't beneficial to them, or it didn't make business sense for them to enter into such an arrangement. So obviously at that point in time they saw the rate as being beneficial
to them,
and and that is what they concluded at.
Yes, and to the extent that the two figures or percentages that you talked about as having probably been aligned, to the extent that they were aligned, are you able to say there could not have been any bona fide innocuous motive for trying to align them?
Not Chair, not when it comes to interest rates, or when it comes to marking rates to the market.
Yes.
Which is what is required in an exercise like this.
Yes.
So it does seem out of place or a little odd.
Yes, it's not something you have seen in your experience over the years.
No, Chair.
Yes, okay, thank you.
All right. So you make the conclusion then on page 44 that at the very least what the above schedules show is that Transnet significantly overpaid for swap transactions. Is that still your opinion?
That's correct, Chair.
Right. Let's go to page 45. A new challenge to explain this graph to us.
Okay. Chair, this is a graph that takes a couple of things into account. The first one is this relates first of all, this relates to the cost of debt, in other words, the interest paid by Transnet. And it relates to the two transactions that we've been talking about, the 4.5 billion and the 7.5 billion, and the fixed rates.
Which made up the China development.
Sorry,
it made up the 12 billion.
The 12 billion club loan. Correct.
Yes.
And the idea behind this is to indicate how does that relate to the overall cost of debt within Transnet as a benchmarking exercise, if I can.
So let's take a step back.
Okay.
What you have done in this graph is you've attempted to show the cost of debt in interest rate terms to Transnet on average.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, and there are two ways in which you've portrayed that, in the blue line and the red line, and we'll explain that in a moment. And then in comparison to that, you have attempted to show what the cost of debt was in relation to the club loan.
That's correct, Chair.
And your comparison illustrates the basis of your conclusion, which you will make at the end of this presentation.
Correct, Chair.
All right. What is the blue line?
The blue line with the dots, that represents the weighted average cost of debt at Transnet each month for the period 1st of September 2015 on the lower axis up until the 1st of March 2018.
Okay, so the blue line and all its dots show what interest rate was being paid by Transnet on average in respect of all its debt at a particular date.
That's correct, Chair.
What is weighted average?
Weighted average, that's where WACC D comes in. It is because Transnet have different types of debt and the magnitude of the debt differ. In other words, they have different sizes, if I can indicate it like that. In order to get an overall indication of what the cost of debt is, you can't just add up all the interest rates applicable to each of the loans or the etc. You have to weight each one of those rates in terms of the size of the loan. And that creates the average. So that is why it's called a weighted average cost of debt, and it refers to all Transnet debt.
You specified from what period to what period earlier on. Do you want to just repeat that in regard to that
Yes.
blue line? It represents the weighted average cost of debt at Transnet from a certain date to a certain date.
That's correct, Chair, from the 1st of September 2015 until the 1st of March 2018. Now,
That's the horizontal axis of the graph.
correct, Chair. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
So if you take then the red line,
Well, let's
Okay.
just make a general observation about the blue line. Over that 3-year period, 1 September 15 to 1 March 2018, the cost of debt on a weighted average basis increased from approximately 9.4% to 10.7%. Is that correct?
that's correct, Chair.
A gradual increase over that period of time.
Chair, that's a significant increase.
Is it a significant
Yes.
increase? And it's what Transnet was paying on average for its debt.
That's correct.
Right. The red line?
The red line represents the average, it's a normal average of the different dots on the blue line. In other words, if you add all the interest rates, the weighted average cost of debt rates on the blue line together, and you divide it by the number of periods that we're talking about, you get to an average of 10.23.
Put differently, the red line indicates the average rate of interest paid by Transnet for its debt over that whole 3-year period.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, and that average,
Is that during the same period?
Yes, Chair.
so that's one average of all the debt over that whole period.
That's correct.
Let me just make sure I've got it right. The red line represents the normal average cost of debt at Transnet for the period 1 September 2015 to 1 March 2018.
Yes, Chair, but just for clarification, it is the average of all the dots on the blue line. In other words, it's taking all the dots just to obtain an average over that period.
In fact,
Yes.
they should perhaps not be on the same graph because they're different measures.
It's merely to indicate trend. That's why it's there.
All right, so the blue line tells you at any particular date what the average cost of debt was. So in September 2015, it was relatively low, 9.4%. But in March 18, it was, you say, significantly higher, 10.7%, say.
Yes, Chair, but I think what is important to understand is that to look at the dotted blue line from the 1st of April 2016, in other words, just under the red line, and to look at from that point to the end of the period, which is the 1st of March 2018, that slightly upward movement is not significant. It is the normal trend. It's the normal trending of interest rates higher in terms of the cycle. So that is not abnormal, if I can use that term. But what is interesting, and this is caused by, and we'll get to the differences now, but what is caused by the fact that they swapped so much debt from floating to fixed. You could see there that from the 1st of February, let's start on from the 1st of December, there was a slight increase, and then, but from the 1st of February up to the 1st of April, there was quite a significant increase. If you look at a spike. And that was when the 12.27 fixed rate swap was entered into. So it essentially changed the debt profile of Transnet, increasing the weighted average cost of debt up to that point.
So you say what is significant here is that the blue line, which reflects the weighted average of all debt, spikes. And that spike is caused by the fact that expensive interest rate swaps are being entered into.
Yes, in other words, more fixed debt is being added, or fixed debt is being added to the total debt of
high
Transnet.
interest rates.
At a high interest rate, correct.
And that we say is from around 1 Feb 2016 to around 1 April 2016?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay.
So at any particular date on this graph, one can see on the blue line what the weighted average is,
That's correct, Chair.
cost of debt, in interest rate terms.
Correct.
And one can see the spike, and you've explained the cause of the spike.
That's correct, Chair.
Those two vertical boxes relate that spike to the information that you're about to describe at the top of the graph.
So the green line and
No, before we go to the green line, we must explain the red line. The red line is a single average over the whole period.
Okay. Yes, it's a single average over the...
And
over the
one can see that from the time of the spike, more or less, Transnet is paying above average rates for its debt. Correct?
Correct.
The green line is?
The green line represents the fixed rate of the first tranche of 4.5 billion across that period. And I'll explain now. The purple line represents the fixed interest rate of the 7.5 billion rand of the 12 billion in March 2016, while the other one was in December 2015.
Those are the fixed interest rates consequent upon the swap.
Correct. Yeah. So the parallel lines, or not the parallel lines, the arrows between the average debt, 10.23, and the green line, that represents how much higher the actual overall cost of debt was that was entered in, although how much higher the interest rate, fixed rate was, entered into in the first tranche of swaps when compared to the average. In other words, 11.83 compared to 10.23 on average. And that represents 1.6%, which is on a type of debt book such as Transnet has, is a significant impact. On the dotted arrow, which is drawn from the average 10.23 to the 12.27, the second tranche of the 12 billion, that percentage is just over 2%, which is also, compared to the higher rates at which those swaps were entered into, also seems to be out of place. And Chair, just by the way, I think it just adds a little bit of context. The last dot on the blue line on the 1st of March 2018 is actually 10.64, just for interest's sake, because so you can see that it's moving, it's trending up, but it's not showing signs of exponential growth in rates.
Thank you.
All right. An unskilled or non-expert observer may say, look, the difference between the average debt over the period, 10.23%, and what was paid in the first and second swap, 1.6% more or 2.04% more, is only 1 or 2%. It's not much. What would your response to that be?
Chair, as I indicated, on the debt, on the size of a debt book, especially on the fixed side that Transnet have, it represents a substantial amount. It can represent a substantial difference in financing cost. In other words, it means it's extra funds that Transnet have to find or to settle just the cost of debt, which is out of kilter with the market.
On page 46, you refer to the fees that accrued to or were paid to regiments as fees for executing the swaps.
That's correct, Chair.
You say that the manner of calculation of the fees and the resultant amount accrued to or paid to regiments is the subject matter of further investigation.
That's correct, Chair.
So we will deal with that, Chair, at another stage. You're now going to move to a completely different transaction, and that is the transaction that involved the Transnet second defined benefit fund.
Correct, Chair.
It involved Transnet and it involved regiments.
That's correct, Chair.
What is the TSDBF, Transnet Second Defined Benefit Fund?
Chair, it's one of Transnet's funds, pension funds. But in terms, if you look at its name, it's a defined benefit fund. In other words, it pays out benefits to beneficiaries, but does not receive contributions. Correct.
So those benefits are fixed. Transnet has to pay them.
That's,
You can't say, I'm in financial trouble.
that's correct, Chair.
Or it can't say my investments are not doing too well.
That's correct.
It has to pay those benefits in terms of its rules.
And in terms of the agreements with the beneficiaries.
Okay. Well, let's not go into that detail. It's just that in relation to the performance of the fund, Transnet itself bears risk.
That's correct, Chair.
All right. So you say there was an amount of 11.3 billion rand of Transnet debt.
That's correct.
Now, this is just Transnet debt in general. It's not necessarily a particular loan. It's just part of Transnet's debt at a particular time.
That's correct, Chair, and it doesn't align also with the financing that we've been talking about for the Chinese locomotives. This is a separate transaction, but it's dealt with in terms of interest rate swaps.
Right. And this debt had been incurred by Transnet, as I understand your evidence, at a floating rate of interest.
That's correct, Chair.
Just to go back to the terminology of hedging, in this context, where it says at a stage it was decided to hedge 11.3 billion rand of Transnet debt, which was at floating rates, which was under the floating rate regime through a swap with the company. So it goes back to the normal way, meaning that we gave it to protect.
Correct, Chair.
So it was decided to protect this amount, this debt.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay.
You will recall an earlier question from the chair where he asked, was it always the case that a hedging transaction would be preceded by another transaction such as a loan agreement?
That is not entirely always the case. In this particular case, this was existing debt within Transnet.
So one can take your existing debt and hedge it.
That's correct.
Or you can take a particular loan at a time and hedge the implications of that loan.
That's correct, Chair.
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to look at what appeared to me initially to be a subtle distinction that you may be seeking to make here in regard to the earlier question I'd asked whether a swap or a transaction must always be preceded by another transaction. It seems to me that even here, you do have a pre-existing transaction or transactions, because you do already have a loan. Those loans, that loan must be based on a transaction or based on a number of transactions.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. So going back to the answer you had given to my question earlier, it should still apply that you can't have a swap arrangement without a pre-existing transaction. It can be transaction or transactions, maybe.
That's correct, Chair. You need debt.
Yes, there must be a debt.
You need to have incurred debt
Yes,
to be
yes.
able to do the transaction.
Yes,
Correct.
and the debt can't come about without some transaction.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay, all right. I just want to make sure because I'd come to understand it in a certain way, and I want to make sure that it still applies.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
So, as I understand, what happened here was that someone or other earmarked 11.3 billion rand of Transnet debt from its book
Correct, Chair.
and said, we're going to hedge this
That's right.
from floating to fixed.
Correct, Chair.
Right. Now, what is interesting here is the role that regiments or regiments-related entities played. The person in debt at this stage, the person liable for the debt, was Transnet.
Correct, Chair.
The counterparty in the hedging transaction was who?
The pension fund.
Transnet's pension fund.
Yes, TSDBF.
So we have the situation, whether extraordinary or not, that's for later comment, where Transnet is, as you described to the Chair earlier, betting against its pension fund.
That's correct, Chair.
And there can only be one winner.
I was just going to say that. There can only be one winner. Correct.
Let me make sure I follow that. This 11.3 billion rand debt that Transnet had is not connected with the fund. The fund is going to be another party to the swap transaction.
Correct, Chair.
Oh, okay, all right.
So if one goes back to our explanatory boxes that we started off this morning, the right-hand side of your explanatory diagram is Transnet's debt to various creditors.
Correct.
That remains. But Transnet says, I'm now going to hedge the floating interest rate debt, and the counterparty in this hedge is going to be Transnet second defined benefit fund.
That's correct, Chair.
So it's not a requirement that in a swap transaction, it's not a requirement that one of the parties be a bank or financial institution, or is it an essential requirement?
Chair,
I see this is a fund as opposed to Nedbank or ABSA.
Chair, this is very unusual. You would, because the fund has sufficient collateral and funds. That is why why they would be able to enter into this type of transaction. In other words, if the rate or if the swap went against them, then they would be able to pay
From pensioners' money.
from pensioners' money. So that's what makes this transaction very unusual in terms of using a pension fund as a counterparty for a swap transaction.
I can understand that in the context of a bank being party to a swap transaction, that they may be the motive for engaging in a swap transaction would be that they are confident with their forecast on interest rates, and they think they stand a good chance of making money.
Correct, Chair.
And they are in the financial sector. That's forms part of their core business. Now, if it's somebody else, I guess the principle, the same motive might still apply, except that in a certain set of facts, an entity that may not be a bank may be unnecessarily taking a risk. Is that right?
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, the further implications will emerge as we proceed in evidence. What is significant about this transaction, quite apart from what the Chair has questioned you about, is the role that regiments played, or regiments-related entities played. Who were the fund managers of the benefit fund?
Chair, Regiment's fund managers, which is other company, a different company to the Regiments providing consulting or advisory services to Transnet, were the fund appointed by the pension fund as their fund managers.
But are they related companies?
Well, they're from the same stable. I'm not sure if how the parties relate to each other.
Well, you say so.
Yes, they're related in terms of the group.
Right. So they're part of the same group or stable.
Yes.
So Regiment's fund managers are the fund managers of the defined benefit fund of Transnet.
That's correct, Chair.
And obviously, as fund managers, they play a role in the decision-making regarding investments.
That's correct, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, did I interrupt?
No, you asked exactly the same question I wanted to ask, so that's okay. That's okay.
And the other regiments in the stable, what role did they play in relation to Transnet itself?
Chair, they were the parties that were the advisors to Transnet on various transactions. So it was there appeared to be the two parties discussing the transactions with each other, together with Transnet.
So go back to your earlier comments regarding one counterparty, quote unquote, betting against the other counterparty on different premises and forecasts. And your comment, in addition to that, there can only be one winner and therefore one loser.
Correct, Chair?
Regiments, in whatever part of the stable, are on the one hand conducting the transaction on behalf of Transnet and advising Transnet.
That's correct, Chair.
And on the other hand are the fund managers in control of the investments of the pension fund.
That's correct, Chair.
The question of conflict of interest obviously arises, but that's a legal issue.
Yes. So in the third bullet point at page 48, Regiment's fund managers, Pty Limited, when you say that at the time of this transaction, a party related to Regiments, then in brackets you have got Regiment's fund managers, Pty Limited. Is that the party that that was the fund manager for DSDBF, or Regiment's fund managers was the one that Regiments were using?
Regiment's fund managers were the fund managers of the TSDBF. That's correct, Chair.
Oh, okay. It's a question of for me, once you have got brackets there, it means something else, but if you put commas on either side, it means exactly what you are saying. So,
Correct. Apologies, Chair.
Okay, all right.
You make the point then that we've just alluded to on page 49 at the first bullet. Would you state or explain that for the Chair?
Yes, Chair, I think in this transaction is no different to the transactions concluded previously on the 12 billion rand club loan. Transnet in this particular case would pay the fixed rate to the TSDBF and receive the floating rate notionally, as we've been discussing, and the funds of the pensioners would be used to cover position if floating rates exceeded the fixed rate.
So if the fund lost the gamble and was the loser, who would fund that loss?
The fund would, if the floating rates exceeded the fixed rates that Transnet were paying the fund, then the fund would have to pay Transnet from the pensioners' funds. Yeah.
So they're going to put the pensioners' money at risk?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, and we'll come to one of the possible reasons why in a moment, Chair. In any event, under the second bullet, you raise a question which you don't answer. You say is merely under investigation. The question whether it would be lawful in terms of pension legislation, rules and policies to put funds at risk in this manner.
That's correct, because, Chair, in terms of the normally an investment policy statement, which is underscored by the fund rules, would place restrictions on the types of investment or the types of instruments that one could use, and that the intention behind that is just to prevent taking too much risk at the expense of the pensioners' funds. So, yes, as Advocate Pretorius indicated, one must also remember that the Transnet pension fund is not a South Africa a Regulation 28 pension fund. It falls under the auspices of Transnet, but it works on exactly the same basis. There are fund rules, there's investment policies, etc., etc. So this also needs to be understood in the broader context, as was indicated. It's a legal matter, but in other words, was the TSDBF permitted to actually engage in this transaction?
Yes, and as you say, it's not the Pension Funds Act, it's the Transnet Pension Funds Act that is at issue here.
That's correct, Chair.
But there are also fund rules and investment policy statements.
That's correct.
But you have a situation here where one would think general principles would apply. Regiments under one guise is duty bound to act in the interests of the fund because it's the fund manager.
That's correct, Chair.
Regiments in another guise is duty bound to act in the interests of Transnet.
Correct, Chair.
Because it is employed by Transnet to execute the funds and paid a fee to do so.
Correct,
To
Chair.
execute the transactions and has paid a fee to do so. Correct.
That's correct, Chair.
Conflict of interest seems pretty obvious, but we will do that in due course, Chair. We won't deal with it here.
Is there any possible significance in the closeness of the amounts involved in these two transactions where swap arrangements were involved? The one was 12 billion rand, the other one is 11.3 billion rand? Or is it a coincidence?
Chair, that's a very good question. I don't know. But in my conclusions, I'll venture an opinion in terms of the various transactions.
Yes, it's quite strange. Maybe it's not strange to people who are in the financial sector. It's when you have a transaction involving 12 billion rand for which you decide there should be a swap arrangement, and then among all your debts, you say, okay, debts amounting to 11.3 billion rand, also I'll have a swap transaction.
Well, the question arises, and this question will hopefully be answered at the end of all the evidence. A very lucrative for certain parties arrangement, hedging arrangement is entered into relating to 12 million rand. Did someone not say, well, let's do it again?
And of course, you have just told us that there seemed to be, there was some relationship between the fund managers that were used for in this one and regiments and the other one.
That's correct. Chair, I think I might just then comment on what Advocate Pretorius has just said. One must realize, and it also relates back to your question, is it coincidental that we're talking about 12 billion and very close to another 12 billion? If you look at it, if you look at how the transactions were structured, in other words, we started off with 4.5 billion, and that went through very easily. If you look in that, if that works, why not do it again? So then let's try 7.5, the other portion of the 12 billion. And if that works, great, let's try it again. And each time it increased by a significant factor from 4.5 to 7.5 to 11.3. So the question is this was an interesting trend that was emerging in terms of this continuously swapping of floating to fixed rates.
Yes, thank you.
In any event, we know that these issues which you are now making comment on and rendering your opinion are indeed the subject of litigation.
That's correct, Chair.
And also the subject of further investigation.
That's correct, Chair.
Which we hope to conclude at least to a degree from the part of the investigators and legal team in due course, Chair. Now, there is a schedule on page 50 where, like the schedules that you dealt with this morning, the loss to Transnet is quantified.
That's correct, Chair.
All right. What are these losses?
Chair, the approach to understanding the table is exactly the same as the previous table. In other words, if you look at the third column from the right, the realized cash flow, this is also at 14 May. Transnet have incurred actual losses. In other words, they've physically paid 720.8 million rand.
That's in addition to the interest they're paying to the lender in the original transaction.
Yes, Chair, because this has got to do with a swap.
Yes, and that's a discrete separate transaction as we've learnt.
That's correct. And then that's the 720. Then if Transnet were to exit this this particular transaction at the 14th of May, it would have cost them 815 million. So if we take the third and the second column from the right and we add them together, the potential loss would be 1.5 billion, which is then an actual loss at this point in time, or at least on the 14th of May, of 720, and if they wanted to exit the transaction, if they went to the TSDBF, and that's what makes this thing very complicated. If they went to the TSDBF now and said, listen, we don't want to, we're paying you, you can see we're paying you, and we want to exit the transaction. In the TSDBF, just based on market inputs, would tell them that you need to pay us, because we've entered into a 15-year agreement, you need to pay us 815 million rand.
Because that would be our loss if you exited.
That's correct, Chair.
And the corollary to that is that what Transnet would have lost over the full period.
That's correct.
So this swap, this hedging exercise, has already cost Transnet 720 million rand. And over the full period of the swap transaction would, on present day calculations, cost 1.5 billion rand.
That's correct, Chair.
Now, the interesting fact, you say there can be a winner and a loser in equivalent amounts. Who benefited here?
The pension fund.
By an amount of? So far, anyway, that
720 million.
But here's the further question. Regiments are the fund managers. There will be evidence, Chair, that as fund managers, regiments are entitled to a significant portion of the investment upside. So they would get a cut of that 720 million rand.
And is that in addition to fees, or that's the form of their
No,
fees?
they would get their fees from Transnet.
Separate. Yes, yes.
For
in
doing the swap.
In addition, get some percentage of this amount that must go to,
So insofar as it's regiments
yes,
is one, the two entities
Yes.
are of the same stable.
yes,
They get paid by Transnet on the one hand for doing
Yes.
the swap,
yes,
and on the other hand, they get a cut of the profits made by the pension fund to a significant amount. And that may, for the moment only a question mark, Chair, explain
yes,
why this happened.
yeah.
What is your view?
Yes, I think just to answer Chair's question, from a fund management perspective, regiments would get a fund management fee, and if they beat performance benchmarks, which refers to the upside, then they would get an additional fee. So there are, you're right, Chair, there are two fees involved
Yes.
over and above the execution of the transactions.
Yes. So it will be important to establish how regiments got to be the fund managers for the fund.
Yes. And
For the
could
pension
sit in
fund.
this transaction on both sides of the fence,
Yes, yes. Yeah,
profiting from both sides.
yeah,
When the duty of good faith is held to both, not one. But those questions will be addressed in the fullness of time. For the moment, we're laying the basis for possible questions to be asked and perhaps answered in due course. Conclusions on page 52, Dr. Bloom.
Chair, I've identified five, we've spoken a lot about various aspects, and I've identified 5 points that I think are relevant in terms of a conclusion. The first one deals with the expertise and skills within Transnet to execute these transactions. These people that had the knowledge and the understanding and the skill were sidelined when it came to these transactions. In other words, there was almost like a parallel process being run. And as a consequence, this was in the context of highly questionable agreements with third-party advisors. So that's my first conclusion. The second point has to do with the club loan. entering into the swap transactions, as we've discussed, on a floating rate basis and then deliberately changing the scope of the transaction by fixing the rates immediately thereafter or within a very, very short period is questionable. So that's the second part. The third point...
So you make another point in paragraph 2.
Okay.
When you say, in your view, what the reason was for entering into the loan on a floating rate basis. What is your conclusion there?
That it could have been, it would have been in contravention to the risk management or the financial risk management policy of Transnet. Entering into the floating rate agreement would have been deliberate if you are within 3 days going to change the basis of your cost of debt to fixed. So this was, it can't be anything else really, because as we've determined, there would have been sufficient information on which to base the decision prior to the conclusion of the loan.
But also, isn't the position that whoever it is at Transnet that decided that in regard to the 12 billion rand loan, the interest rate regime should be a floating one, floating interest rates. Whoever would have had authority to make that decision would have known that before you make that decision, you must do some homework. You must base it on proper analysis of the relevant factors and do a forecast. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
And if he or she decided not to do that focus, to say the least, that would have been grossly negligent.
That's correct, Chair. It would have been, and then it would have been almost a preconceived idea.
Yes, it's almost inconceivable that when such big amounts are involved, that person could have negligently not done the forecast.
Correct, Chair, and not follow policy.
Yes.
Why is policy then applicable?
Yeah.
So, yes.
But the very decision that he or she was called upon to take necessarily required that a forecast be done, because otherwise how do you make an informed decision whether it should be a floating interest rate regime or a fixed rate regime?
That's correct, Chair.
To choose between those two, you must have before you the forecast.
Absolutely, that's correct.
So, and if that person did the forecast before choosing the floating interest rate regime, the information before him or her would have been the same as the information that was before him or her when she decided or he decided there should be a swap and it should be a fixed rate.
That's correct, Chair. They use the same system.
And on the same facts, you can't, on the one hand, arrive on at the decision that a floating interest rate regime is the correct one, and on the same facts, a few days later, arrive at the decision that the correct regime, interest rate regime, is a fixed one. Is that all right, or am I overstating any of these things?
No, Chair, you're not oversimplifying. It's just it's a very clear, unusual set of circumstances.
Yes.
Coming to different conclusions using exactly the same information.
Yes.
But not only that, it's the scope of how those conclusions were arrived at.
Yes.
Which is interesting. because it wasn't as if the two parties might have been close together in terms of the decision. It appears as if there were very or totally divergent views potentially on the decision whether to remain floating, go fixed, or start with fixed, etc., etc.
It's highly unlikely that the person who made that decision could come here and say, I didn't do the forecast, or there wasn't a forecast on which I relied.
That's correct, Chair, because you have to, for decisions from reading memoranda and so on from Transnet, everything has to be motivated and
Yeah.
justified.
Yeah, but even if it hadn't been motivated by somebody else, I can't see how any organization would allow you to, or you would think you would be allowed to make such a decision with such far-reaching financial implications for the organization without doing that homework.
That's correct, Chair.
And if that person were to come here and say, I did do the homework, then they would have to explain how they came to two contradictory decisions on the same material within a matter of days.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Well, you deal with one certainty in paragraph 4 on page 52, and that is the ability to forecast the amount of fees paid to third parties. What is the point you make there?
Chair, are you talking about point 3 or 4?
Point 4, but
Point
you can go
4.
back to point 3 if you wish.
Okay. Yes, the resulting hedging transactions were in themselves questionable, as we've discussed, and as we've seen in the numbers, that the hedging costs to Transnet have been excessive. In other words, Chair, Transnet have not been in the money. That's a market term where it's either working to the transaction's working to your benefit or it's not working to your benefit, and that is what is interesting about this. But I'd just like to add to that, if I may, and that is to do with the question is, would Transnet be able to get into the money? In other words, would at some stage over this 15-year period, would Transnet be able to, in other words, actually receive a benefit from entering into the swap transactions? I think what is important is that it doesn't happen at a point in time. You have to take into consideration the losses that they've incurred up to date, and even if interest rates, the floating rates went above the fixed rates, as we've been speaking, it would have to increase significantly for an extended period of time for them to be able to recoup the losses and then actually receive the benefit. So in my view, it's going to be difficult to achieve that. It's not to say it's impossible. Who knows what happens over 15 years, or the remaining 12 odd years that are left. But one mustn't lose sight of the fact that you can't just ignore what has happened in the past. You have to understand what that was, and then what the implication of the future is if you get into a position where you actually benefit from the transaction.
So if interest rates in relation to the swaps were to turn in favor of Transnet, it would still have to recoup its losses before it benefits from the change of interest rates.
That's correct, Chair, and an extremely high interest rate for an extended period of time would be required.
Yes. And one, of course, must keep this in perspective. The losses resulting from the hedging transactions in relation to the 12 billion rand loan, almost 10% of that loan, are in addition to the interest that Transnet is paying to the lenders in terms of the original transaction.
Correct, Chair.
Then in point 4, what is the point you make?
Transactions involving regiments and others related to the above resulted in the payment of excessive amount of fees to them with the corresponding cost to Transnet. As I've indicated, that is a subject of further investigation currently. to get an understanding of exactly how much fees are we talking about, and how those fees were calculated. In terms of the last point, Chair, in the conclusions, the transactions involving the TSDBF, Transnet and regiments, there appears to be an intolerable conflict of interest, especially with regard to the TSDBF, and that needs to be understood and unpacked in going forward.
Yes, and that will still be done.
Correct, Chair.
And in particular, what you haven't dealt with, what still has to be dealt with, is how did regiments as fund managers benefit from the profit or upside experienced by the defined benefit fund?
That's correct, Chair, the performance fee.
Yes. All right. Some final remarks in relation to your evidence before we conclude. This is not in your statement, but it's merely a summary highlighting certain points that you've made. The first point is that we have in your presentation, or you have in your presentation, attempted to explain concepts in a way that is accessible to ourselves and the public, and have attempted to simplify the processes involved to enable understanding.
That's correct, Chair.
But in reality, these transactions, for example, a loan involving syndicated loan funding, long-term repayment dates, and at times offshore involving exchange rate, are these simple, complex transactions? Are they easily entered into and negotiated?
No, Chair, they're not simple transactions, and they take some time to conclude. So, yes, because there are various dimensions to each one of these, and in many cases, what we're talking about here are interrelated. So the matters are interrelated, and you need to unpack each component as part of a broader understanding.
And then you've also dealt with and explained risk mitigation processes, financial instruments used to hedge, as you've described it.
Correct, Chair.
Hedging instruments, the involvement of counterparties, the negotiation and conclusion of a hedging deal, the involvement of agents, again, are these straightforward matters that can be concluded within a very short period of days?
No, Chair, not if you have to adhere to various policies and various processes related to entering into the transactions. Obtaining information from the market is relatively simple. You would phone a couple of counterparties or financial institutions and get the information you're looking for. But to unpack that information, consider the impact on your debt book, which is what we're referring to here. It takes a while, and then you still have to go through the processes of getting approval and authorization to enter into the transactions.
And then, of course, you've got to negotiate the transaction.
Correct, Chair.
With each party serving its own interests.
That's correct.
Right. So, would it be fair to say that these are highly complex transactions?
Correct, Chair.
Requiring detailed preparation.
And negotiations.
And negotiation. You have studied these transactions.
Yes, Chair.
And according to your own general knowledge and expertise, and your particular knowledge of these transactions about which you've given evidence, as I understand it, you're able to make some observations.
That's correct.
Express some opinion. Let me ask this question then. These transactions, the original club loan, for example, and the changes made to decisions concerning these transactions, for example, the decision now to hedge, in effect to pay a fixed interest rate in the swap transaction. Were these ad hoc changes? caused by an intervening market change or simply a change of mind? Or can you say whether they were pre-planned in your opinion?
Chair, in my view, this was pre-planned. And one of the reasons for that is there are so many components to these various transactions that have occurred. They've also occurred in a very short period of time. In order to orchestrate something like this, substantial planning needs to have occurred. If we just have to look at the club loan, as you've indicated, signed on the 23rd of November. The first draw was on the 1st of December. It was hedged on the hedge approval. In other words, the approval for the hedge was on the 3rd of December, and it was executed on the 4th of December. So in order to do all of that, it wouldn't have taken those couple of days. It would have been pre-planned. And
By pre-planned, you mean before the 23rd of November signature to the floating interest rate loan?
Yes, Chair. And as a consequence of that, it resulted in significant...
I'm sorry, before you deal with the consequence, what would you say would be the minimum period that would have been taken by the preparation? I talk about a month, I talk about a week, 2 weeks, 3 months before
Chair,
that date?
It would have taken a couple of weeks. As I said, it's not only, it's easy to get the information from the market, but then you have internal processes. And Transnet's internal processes would have resulted, they would have had to check the impact on the risk management or the finance risk management policy. They would have had to understand what the impact that it would have had on the mix of floating to fixed rates. Does it still remain within in that structure? All of those types of calculations and assessment would have been required prior to this. Then they would have still had to obtain approvals to move into the space of providing or executing the transactions.
Okay. You were
course,
going to consequence.
I'm sorry.
I interrupted him when he was going to consequence. I don't want him to forget that whatever point you wanted to make.
No, Chair, I think may
I just ask a related question to your question?
Yes.
Of course, when all that is done, you are ready to begin the negotiations with the counterparty.
That's correct, Chair. Once you have done all your homework, then you would enter into those discussions. And it would depend on the appetite of the counterparty. It might be that the counterparty is not interested. In other words, it doesn't work. They're not amenable to
They need
conclude
real persuasion.
They might need persuasion, but then that means that you have to go and find another counterparty.
Yes.
And somebody that's actually prepared to enter into this negotiation. So it's not that you go to the first one, for instance, and you obtain success. It depends on who you want to deal with, and as I indicated in the evidence, Chair, that there's also Transnet have a list of counterparties, so they might go to a few of them and say, this is the type of transaction we want to do, so let's start the discussion.
But even if you succeed with the first counterparty, it's still, as I understand your evidence, a very complex, detailed negotiation that must take place.
Yes, Chair, there's definitely negotiation.
In order to reach an agreement with a party with countervailing interests.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were about to deal with consequences.
Yes, I mean, in terms of how the transactions were executed, in terms of the nature of these transactions, the scope, in terms of size, the amounts we've been discussing, excessive fees, excessive costs, and because, as I indicated previously, Chair, we're talking about 3 specific transactions, 4.5, 7.5, and 11.3. It appeared to indicate a trend. That's as much as I can say, because if there were hurdles at the first transaction, in other words, the first 4.5 or the 4.5, it would have been difficult to proceed to the 7.5 swap. And because, as I indicated, it appeared to go through smoothly, there was an opportunity to then use the TSDBF, it appears, as a counterparty to further another 11.3 of floating to fixed debt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bloom. As the Chair has requested and directed, we would be grateful if you would prepare a detailed report in relation to your evidence with supporting documents in the form of an expert affidavit. I trust you are willing to do so.
I am, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bloom. We appreciate your having come to share your expertise with us. I have tried to learn.
You have, Chair.
Thank you very much, and I trust that when the remaining part of the work that still needs to be done has been done, arrangements will be made for that to be shared with the Commission as well.
Correct, Chair. Thank you.
But thank you very much, and you are excused.
It's my pleasure. Thank you, Chair.
Tomorrow, how many witnesses have we got, do you know?
I understand one witness, Chair.
Who would take the whole day? You don't know.
I'm reluctant to forecast without doing my homework, Chair.
You need to do your homework first.
Yes. But I understand for the bulk of the day.
Yes. Okay, no, then I think probably we should just start at 10 o'clock.
As you please, Chair.
We'll adjourn the proceedings for the day, and tomorrow we'll start at 10 o'clock. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.